liniște pentru a putea începe festivitatea. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the European Youth Chess Championship Mamaia 2023. Please take your seats in the hall, and also please take a moment of silence. Please stand up for the anthem of the European Chess Union first. So please stand up for the anthem of the European Chess Union. Mulțumim, bun venit din nou șahului de înalt nivel aici în România. So, welcome great chess competition again to Romania. Because you're in Romania, please take another moment to stand up. Sorry for bringing this, but we're in Romania. We have an international competition under the auspices of all the authorities in Romania. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's please stand up for the national anthem of Romania. Doamnelor și domnilor, imnul național al României. Mulțumim. Thank you, everybody. We'll try to do multi-language speeches here because we have so many countries. It's probably the most important competition in Romania this year, sports competition with over 40 countries. So we are honored to have all of you here. It's overwhelming how many of you consider this competition important. So our first guest today, you see we have a lot of important guests here. The President of the Romanian Chess Federation, președintele Federației Române de Șah, domnul Vlad Ardeleanu. Mr. Vlad Ardeleanu, our host for this competition.
Thank you. It's with great pleasure and honor to open the European Youth Championship 2023. So to everyone, be welcome to Romania. At the current European Youth Championship, 928 players are present from across 46 countries, out of which 120 players have international chess titles. It is for the second time when Romania, in the past history, is organizing this important competition. Last time in 2017, also here in Mamaia. So Romania has a reasonably good history about organizing these type of competitions and also winning some titles. Also here in Mamaia, in 1991, Romanian players have become European chess champions like Andrei Strățescu and Sabina Popescu, opening a long string of medals that the Romanian players have won at this very prestigious competition. It is my role now to thank to the European Chess Union who granted this event to be organized in Romania. So it's my great honor and pleasure to welcome here the President of ECU, Mr. Zurab Azmai-Parashvili, and thank you, Mr. President, for being here with us. It is very important for me to mention our partners and sponsors because without their help, nothing that you see here could have been achieved. So I need to mention our institutional partners, the National Agency for Sport and the City Hall of Constanța, namely through the fantastic implication of the Vice Mayor, Ionuț Rusu. Thank you, Mr. Rusu. I also have to thank for the strategic partnerships that the Romanian Chess Federation is continually developing with the Superbet Foundation and One United Properties. Thank you. I also need to mention our particular event sponsors like Aqua Carpatica, Alpha Bank, and Autonom. Thank you. Last but not least, thank you to all. Thank you to all participants, parents, trainers, arbiters. Thank you all, to the organizers and my colleagues from the Romanian Chess Federations for organizing this. Thank you.
Mulțumim domnului Vlad Ardeleanu și pentru că domnul Ardeleanu a amintit de organizatorul principal alături de Federația Română de Șah. The European Chess Union is the co-organizer, of course, of this event. It's an event under ECU, so we welcome the president of ECU for a few opening words.
Thank you. I'm very glad to see you here. So many participants from more than 40 countries, European countries, because we know very well that after COVID period, when we restart the European youth events, last year was organized first time after COVID in Turkey, and now we are meeting now in Romania. Of course, Mr. President of the Romanian Federation, our friend Vlad already mentioned that ECU entrust this event to Romania. Entrust because we know the people whom we believe that they will organize on the highest possible level, but also because Romanian chess is changing. We see and we are following everything. Romanian chess is becoming very important, and the important role already is mentioned that after Vlad become a president, it's significant changes in the federation, and we know that all tournaments which are organizing in Romania, including the street chess, they are on the highest level, and we believe that with your leadership and the team who is organizing the event, so European events will be on the highest level. Also, I would like to thank all countries who are coming to take a part, because, you know, expecting the people, more than 900 players, it's quite difficult. It means that people like to play chess, and this is good that interest is growing up in Europe. So I would like to thank once again all delegations who take care about the coming here. I would like to thank people who are involved in the organization and with them really because, you know, closing the event in Turkey last year, I mentioned that such a conditions, okay, it's very difficult because we know that Turkey is very well known about the infrastructure, about the carrying the events and etc., etc. But all federations in Europe who are organizing the great and big events, they have to have this is our highest point and try to reach this point. And I'm sure that organizers will take care about you. It will be not easy. I'm telling you it's a challenge, but we are chess players, we are chess people. When you have a challenge, you are becoming the better. Without challenge, you are becoming worse. So we have a challenge and let's hope, I wish you that you will be on the level and every people living in Romania will say that we will like to come back again. Okay, I think I have to fulfill my duty and officially to declare that the European Youth Championship is open. I wish you good luck to everybody. Let's the strongest win. And of course, play chess. Chess makes you smarter. Thank you.
Thank you. The President of ECU, Mr. Zurab Azmaiparashvili, and welcome again to Romania. Este un semn că șahul este foarte important și din ce în ce mai important în România, faptul că l-avem alături de noi pe marele campion și actualul președinte al Comitetului Olimpic Român, domnul Mihai Covaliu. So welcome to Mihai Covaliu, who is Olympic champion, world champion in fencing, and also now the president of the Romanian Olympic Committee, a sign of the importance of chess that we have him here. Welcome, Mr. Covaliu.
Thank you very much. Dear presidents, dear friends, dear athletes, dear parents, dear all. Welcome, first of all, in beautiful city of Constanța and here in Mamaia. Congratulations, Vlad, for the organizing of this important event here. And to all of your team, it's very important, as the president of the European Federation mentioned, to have such a big and strong competition. And I will not be too long in my speech. I have just two short messages. One for the athletes: focus on your field play, cut all the emotions and all the attention with your parents and with everybody. Just focus and play. And to the parents, the same. Let your children, athletes, to be focused on the field of play, because in such a way they will be much more performing than usual. Okay? Good luck, everybody, and I hope to see you also in another occasion here in Romania with another chess competition. Good luck, everybody. Congratulations for the organizers. Thank you.
Mulțumim, Mihai Covaliu. Thank you, the president of the Romanian Olympic Committee. And now, because we have an international event with over 40 countries here, so let's welcome also from the Ministry of External Affairs in Romania, Mr. Andrei Novak, for welcome. Bun venit domnului Andrei Novak, secretar de stat în cadrul Ministerului Afacerilor Externe.
Thank you. Mulțumesc. Dear Mr. President, Excellencies, esteemed chess players, distinguished guests, it is a great pleasure that I stand before you today to inaugurate the European Junior Classical Chess Championship, a prestigious event organized by the Romanian Chess Federation and the European Chess Union, addressed to children aged between 8 and 18, that brings together the finest mind and strategic thinkers from across our continent. As the Secretary of State for the relationship with the Romanian Culture Institute and foreign policies, one of my attributes, among others, is area of sport and diplomacy, from the point of view of relevance for Romanian foreign policy. The action planned during this event are relevant for strategic and collaboration between the Romanian Chess Federation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as promoting the image obtained by Romania in the field of sports. Connecting Romania to European sports market and supporting activities in the field of sports and means of promoting values as well as education to promote personal and societal development of young people and priority with our country's foreign policy. It is in this context I can only congratulate for the organization such an important European event and wish the young participant best of luck. Thank you very much.
Mulțumim domnului Andrei Novac pentru prezență și pentru tot sprijinul. Nu e ușor să aduci oameni din peste 40 de țări într-un singur loc în același moment. Și pentru că ne ajută foarte mult la Federația Română de Șah, este un partener de încredere, Serviciul de Telecomunicații Speciale. Câteva cuvinte de la Robert Oargă, prezent alături de noi aici. Thank you, Mr. Robert Oargă from the Romanian Special Telecommunication Service. A few words.
Mulțumesc mult. Domnule președinte, stimați invitați, doamnelor și domnilor, este o onoare pentru mine și o plăcere în același timp să particip la deschiderea Campionatului European de Șah pentru Tineret. De aceea încep prin a vă mulțumi pentru invitație. Este un eveniment care a reușit să adune sub același acoperiș oameni diferiți, din țări diferite, dar care sunt animați de aceeași pasiune, și anume șahul. Profit de această ocazie să mulțumesc Federației Române de Șah că a fost de acord să facă un parteneriat cu Serviciul de Telecomunicații Speciale, un parteneriat care și-a propus să promoveze șahul și tot ceea ce este legat de acest nobil sport. Acest lucru s-a și materializat în acest an prin organizarea primului turneu interinstituțional de șah, la care au participat într-o luptă pură intelectuală minți din cadrul tuturor serviciilor care concură la buna desfășurare a activității statului român. Este vorba de Sistemul Național de Apărare, Ordine Publică și Securitate Națională. Dar să revenim la această activitate. Este competiția dumneavoastră. Vă urez tuturor celor care v-ați înscris succes, mutări cât mai inteligente și fie ca cel mai bun să câștige. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumim și noi și pentru sprijin și pentru acest parteneriat important. Și un parteneriat foarte, foarte important la toate marile competiții, dar și la cele de jos, de la juniori din România, este Fundația Superbet. Alături de noi, Cristian Gheorghiță, director executiv al Fundației Superbet. So, Superbet Foundation, the very important partner of the Romanian Chess Federation, organizing competitions from junior levels to Grand Chess Tour in Romania with the support of Superbet Foundation. Welcome, Cristian Gheorghiță.
Thank you very much. In the name of Superbet Foundation, I'm so happy to see everybody here. It's a great pleasure to see all the kids from all around Europe. I'll be very short. I wish you all good luck and have a very nice time in Romania. Thank you.
Mulțumim, Cristian Gheorghiță. Câteva cuvinte acum și din partea unui oficial FIDE, pe care sunt convins că mulți îl cunoașteți bine, cei din România, domnul Daniel Florea, un apropiat, bine cunoscut și prezent aici alături de noi.
Congratulations to the chess players, to their parents, to their trainers, to the organizers, because the most beautiful thing in the world is to see brilliant young people playing the sport of mind. Your bright mind and your bright eyes should seed new friendships and new beautiful memories. Hope you all the best and have a very beautiful stay here in Romania.
Mulțumim încă o dată, Daniel Florea, și pentru că am vorbit despre țări străine prezente aici în România, am cerut mesaje din partea reprezentanților acestora în România și am primit câteva dintre ele. So, we have some messages from the embassies of the countries represented here for a few words before starting this competition for them, for their athletes who will compete here. So, first welcome to Mr. Emre Yurdakul from the Turkish embassy for a few words, I'm sure, for the Turkish chess players who we have here.
Dear Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, my name is Emre Yurdakul. I am the Consul General of Republic of Turkey here in Constanța. First of all, I would like to present my special thanks for the Romanian Chess Federation for the kind invitation for this beautiful event. And finally, I would like to wish all the best and all the success for each and every national team and their players. Good luck.
Mi fa molto piacere che Mamaia, deliziosa località del Mar Nero, ospiti quest'anno il campionato europeo giovanile di scacchi. Ringrazio per l'invito che mi ha indirizzato, ma purtroppo non posso presenziare alla cerimonia di apertura a causa di impegni concomitanti. Gli scacchi emanano un fascino irresistibile, forse dovuto alla loro storia plurisecolare, all'incredibilmente elevato numero di partite possibili e alle molteplici doti che i giocatori devono affinare nel corso della carriera. Del resto anche letteratura e cinema hanno più volte ceduto all'ammaliante richiamo del gioco. Rappresento qui in Romania un paese, l'Italia, che specialmente durante l'età moderna è stato uno dei principali centri di diffusione e sviluppo degli scacchi. Mi fa molto piacere quindi indirizzare un saluto particolare e un in bocca al lupo alla squadra italiana e al suo allenatore. Agli organizzatori, a lei e a tutti i partecipanti rivolgo i miei auguri di successo per l'iniziativa e di una sana, corretta e piacevole competizione. Grazie e buon gioco a tutti. Arrivederci.
Mulțumim și ambasadorului Italiei în România pentru acest mesaj trimis prin internet, pentru că nu a putut fi alături de noi, excelența lui Alfredo Durante Magoni. Și acum, ultima, dar nu cea din urmă, doamna Elena Cristian. Cei care participă la turnee România știm despre cine este vorba, directorul tehnic al organizării noastre aici și organizator internațional de turnee. Bun venit, bun găsit!
Hello, my dear chess friends. I want also to wish you welcome to Mamaia again. And I wish you to have the best experience at this European Championships. Good luck and may the best win.
Mulțumim, doamna Elena Cristian, mulțumiri tuturor celor care au făcut posibil acest eveniment, acest mare eveniment în România. So thank you everybody. Thanks to all the people around here making this tournament possible and especially the partners of this competition. So I think we're ready to say let's play chess. I think we have a few words from the officials here.
Hello, I'm Stefan Escafre, chief arbiter of this competition. So I have bad news for accompanying people and parents and trainers. But for the participant to play in good condition, I will gently ask accompanying people, trainers, and parents to leave the venue now, please. So thank you very much. You can leave the venue so we can start in good condition. Or you can stay for a moment. Yes, very good. So please, parents, accompanying people, we will not start if you stay there. So thank you very much to leave the venue now. Yes, you too.
Vă rugăm cei însoțitorii, părinții să părăsească încăperea pentru a ne pregăti de startul rundei. Noi vom mai avea doar un moment oficial în care invitații noștri speciali vor fi invitați să facă o primă mutare festivă pentru o fotografie, pentru o amintire de aici, pentru că ne bucurăm foarte mult de prezența lor și vrem să o păstrăm. Vă invităm să urmăriți, pentru că stați afară, pe paginile Federației Române de Șah, de YouTube, de Facebook, de Twitch, ceea ce se întâmplă în cadrul competiției. So, all invites can watch on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch. Just follow Romanian Chess Federation and you will find what's happening inside. Otherwise, all guests outside, please, and welcome to our guests for the one table to make an official ceremonial first move. I think the preferred table for everyone. So, okay. So the Romanian Olympic Committee president for a first move. Pe cine mai? Deci invităm pe secretarul de stat de la Ministerul de Externe la o altă masă. And I guess now for the Turkish players to have a first move from the Council. Mr. Emre Yurdakul, being here in Constanța, where we have a big affinity with the Turkish. Și domnul Robert Oargă? Și domnul Daniel Florea, pentru că este de aici din zonă, cu atât mai mult trebuie să ne ajute cu startul oficial al competiției. Daniel Florea aici alături de noi și în calitate de oficial FIDE, bineînțeles. Avem și Federația Internațională de Șah. Și Cristi Gheorghiță a organizat cele mai mari competiții, acum e la mutare aici în calitate de oaspete. And now the president of ECU, okay? The final first ceremonial move to make the game start. So let's play chess is the last word, I promise. Thank you. It was the first to speak and the last to make the move, Mr. Vlad Ardeleanu, a chess player himself, but now as president of Romanian Chess Federation, will make the final move, and then you have, with a little delay, the start of this round. I promise it's the last delay. In the next 10 days, you stay here. So, Vlad, choose your table. Thank you all for your patience and good luck during the next almost 2 weeks here in Mamaia, Constanța. Don't hesitate to visit around, but for sure chess will be the #1 occupation during the next day. So, if the chief arbiter needs the microphone for the start of the round, then thanks to all the guests and good luck to all of you.
Okay, dear chess player, just remind the time control, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. And tomorrow we play at 3 p.m. So, dear chess player, please start the clocks.
Marius, cum facem cu...
Hello everyone, we are live for the first time here in Mamaia European Youth Chess Championship. I'm FIDE Master Kalin Gheorghiu and joined by the lovely woman FIDE Master Maria Ursente.
Hi, Cal, if I might add. I think it's a fitting name.
Yeah, I already got a nickname and it's only day one, so we're in for a lovely time here.
Yes, and we're really excited to be here with you. We're going to be here until the 14th, so there's 10 days of intense chess. We have a lot of surprises and we're really excited to, well, comment basically this tournament together with you. We're live for the moment on YouTube.
YouTube, yeah. Facebook is not working, but that's just how Facebook works. And yeah, we're on YouTube, on Twitch, hopefully, and yeah, you can interact. You can give us messages. And
ask us questions.
Anything, and we'll try our best to keep you guys updated on everything that's happening here in Mamaia, Constanța,
Romania.
Yeah, amazing seaside resort. A lot of people here. There are around 1,000 players.
Yes, so there are actually 928 players. This is absolutely incredible. 46 countries, 928 players. We have 13 international masters, 61 FIDE masters, 21 women FIDE masters, 19 CMs, 6 women CMs. So I would say it's a great competition to start with.
Yeah, so around 1,000 players, and we can double that number because they're accompanied by their parents, their coaches, assistants. So maybe around 2,000 people here in Mamaia trying their best to win European titles. And
we were actually discussing, because the atmosphere here is really, really intense. We arrived with the players here in Mamaia, and what do you think about the atmosphere?
We could see the nerves, the tension was floating in the air, and some of them were excited, some of them were nervous. We saw on the cameras right before the start a big hug between a female player and her mom, and we could definitely sense the level of emotions that's present here in Mamaia.
We're going to have a lot of images also from the outside of, well, the ball room where the tournament is taking place, and you're going to get to see as well a bit of the atmosphere, the fans outside.
The fans always.
Outside of this competition, the tension, the nerves, but also the positive emotions as well, because it's all about that.
Yeah, the fans are mainly parents and coaches. They're outside, they are not allowed in the playing hall, so they're probably watching this broadcast to find out the latest things about their child's games, but hopefully we can go someday outside and have a look on their view of the tournament. It's always different from the parents' point of view. I think the emotions are 100 times higher than
Definitely,
players.
definitely. We're going to also have a lot of interviews with some really interesting, well,
hopefully, but okay.
For sure, for sure. And in the meantime, for now, we're here to see how the atmosphere is, to see maybe who's playing with who. It's very interesting to see the number of Romanian players that we have, because we also have quite a few of them. I would say, let me see, 170
players from
Romania, which is
Young,
quite a lot.
talented.
Young and talented. We have also 45 from Azerbaijan, which is quite impressive. I might add 45 from Poland. We have 36 from Turkey. We have 40 from Ukraine. So we have quite a few.
Yeah, around 46 countries.
46,
Yeah.
yes. 46 countries. It's going to be very, very intense.
Yeah, my geography isn't that good, but it sounds like almost every country of Europe is here. Almost,
Yes,
maybe.
almost.
I don't know how many countries are there, but each country has their best players here competing for the European title. So we're definitely going to see good games. I mean, each country is lining up their best. And,
That's true.
They're clashing here.
That's true. I'm very curious. Look, we have only 2 players from Sweden. We have 2 from Scotland. We have 2 from Andorra.
Okay.
And I think it's going to be also very interesting to see how these countries are going to perform.
Yeah, usually this experience is not only about chess. The kids are making friends. The community is very inclusive, so besides the competition, there are also many activities outside the games that bring people together from all these countries. And yeah, I think even after we'll find out who the champions are, the kids will remain with great memories and hopefully friends, and that's amazing.
And we were actually discussing this before going live, what chess meant for us and the community that we are still feeling after so many years of being in this system.
Yeah, I remember playing a European Youth Championship. I wasn't any top guy, but the nerves I was feeling, I was telling Maria during our lunch break that I was already feeling the tension myself, not being a player, just commentating. So I cannot even imagine how these kids are feeling and the level of nerves that are present.
We're seeing some images, and definitely we're going to have a lot of interviews in these 10 days with some players as well, with some of their coaches, definitely with some of the parents. And it's really interesting to see how they're feeling this competition, because from where we stand, it's still quite tense.
Yeah, it's really tense, and soon we'll be able to look at the games themselves. But for now, there's a 15-minute delay. It's like an anti-cheating rule that was implemented a few years ago to make sure that the broadcast and the actual games are not happening in real time. They're delayed, so we avoid any kind of cheating problems. But hopefully there will be none here in this competition.
Definitely. But until then, we're here to observe. We luckily have a lot of images from the inside, so we can at least guess.
Yeah, have a look.
Have a look how things are going.
And to mention the categories, there will be...
Yes, please.
So there will be split between age groups. We have under 8, kids under 8, and from 5 years old even to 8 years old. Then the brackets will be 8 and 10 years old, 10, 12, 12, 14, and 14, 16, 16, 18. These are the groups. that will be competing, and each category has their open section and then the female section. And we'll have closely to 100 games live that we can watch, so definitely some interesting chess.
And we're going to go through as much as we possibly can from the games. Of course, we just started the first round. We also have a bit of a delay, but still expect to see some chess today as well.
Yeah, it will be fun. Any comments already? Or the fans are not here yet? They're just...
The fans are not here. I'm really excited to be doing this with you. I'm really excited to go through these 10 days. I think it's going to be very intense. I'm also very curious how Romanian players are going to, well, perform this competition as well. And there might be a lot of surprises. What do you think?
Yeah, obviously there are a lot of Romanian players, as this competition is an opportunity for them with maybe lower costs of traveling to compete for the European titles. And I'm 100% sure we'll see surprises. So it's not going to be the top players winning so easily. So there will be a lot of clashes. And usually the first round we'll see the top seeds playing against low-rated players. Statistically, it's not that likely that we'll see surprises, but yeah, I'm curious.
Who knows?
Who knows, yeah.
Who knows?
We're here for it.
And we're here to have a good time, to present you chess and to take you along this journey. I think it's quite fascinating to be able to have close access, I would say, to what it means to be at a European Youth Chess Championships, maybe a bit about behind the scenes, maybe a bit about...
Some gossip.
We don't know what we find along the way, I'm sure.
Anything can happen.
At least some interesting stories. After all, there is a chess tournament, and we know very well that there's always something interesting to tell when it comes to chess tournaments, at least.
Yeah, and anything can happen here in Mamaia. Last year we had the World Youth Chess Championship, and it was a lot of action. And yeah, this year it's European. There are less countries, but the competition is still as strong as last year World Youths.
And still a lot of players.
Yeah, close to 1,000 players.
Which is amazing to see. I think, I don't know where you stand, but I think it's great for all of us involved in Romania chess to see these types of tournaments happening here in Romania.
Yeah, even for participants that maybe will not win top prizes, just competing alongside these future chess superstars is an experience them itself and might motivate them for future tournaments. So just being part of this huge chess movement might have a positive impact on a child's career and
definitely.
Also
tell us a bit about you, the impact that chess had on your career.
Tough questions, Maria.
I know. What can I say?
Yeah.
I knew you're not going to like that one, but...
Yeah, it's so, I cannot answer it in one sentence, but I would say besides the cognitive benefits, like increasing my logical abilities and so on, thinking under pressure, because with chess we have a time clock, as we know, and we have to make decisions all the time under time pressure. I think the best part is the friends I made along the way. Might sound a bit corny, but actually
true.
Yeah, it's true. Meeting so many great people with this common hobby, I think that's my favorite takeaway from my chess career. That's okay. Maybe it wasn't the greatest in terms of my chess performance, but it was definitely it definitely paid off on the human side, on the personal side. The people I met, the experiences I have with traveling all over Europe and some countries outside of Europe with competitions, and it's such a great community and supportive, inclusive, and yeah, chess is fun. Even sometimes it's stressful, but sometimes it can be really fun.
It's amazing, actually. I would say the same. I think the people you meet along the way are some of the people you can keep for 25 years. As
real
you
friendships.
know, I do have friends for 25 years here, and I'm really proud of that and of them. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
Hopefully we can get one of them here in the interviews. Maybe they're watching right now, and it's an open invitation.
Vlad, Chess Blagica is watching right now.
Hello,
and
hello,
he's
Vlad.
pleasantly surprised about us.
Oh, really?
Us two being here for 10 days. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your support, and
always.
Hopefully we can provide some interesting commentary. It's my first experience doing it at this level, so please bear with us. We're not that experienced, but definitely excited, and yeah, we have the determination to make it as good as we can.
I'm sure we're going to do a great job. I'm sure we're going to be helped by the great supporters that we have, by the people that we're going to interview, because we have some fascinating people that we're going to invite here in the studio. You're going to get to hear some of maybe their stories, some of the behind the scenes, and we're going to comment together the most interesting and intense plays that we're going to see here at the European Youth Championship.
Yeah, I can't wait to start the games. Should we have a look, or
we should? We could.
Yeah, we could. It's never a should, but I'm
let's
curious.
see if we have something to show too.
Yeah, the
we
games
definitely
are.
do.
Yeah, the games are live. Maybe we'll see with the technical team. By the way, there's a great technical team behind this. It's not just me and Maria plugging in the computers and rolling. There's cameras. There's people behind.
More.
There's more. There's more to us.
There's always the behind the scenes.
Yeah, so we thank the people involved for this broadcast, and yeah, hopefully we can get to the chess once they're ready with the technical details.
If not, we're going to take a break for 5 to 10 minutes.
We're
just going to smooth it. Exactly.
First coffee.
We didn't have our coffee yet. We're just going to ease into it, and we're going to be back 5 to 10 minutes with some first live
with some chess
games.
Finally. Can't wait. Thank you, and see you soon. Okay, we are back. We got some fresh coffee and ready with the games.
Yes, because we're here to watch some incredible chess unfolding.
We are waiting incredible chess, but here we will see at under 8 category already the first checkmate. First checkmate of the day. It's between, okay, we'll blunder the names, but Grezic Laura against Aragonda Saharsa from Switzerland. And yeah, we'll just go through the moves. Already like 40 minutes have passed and we get the first checkmate. Okay, some sort of Scandinavian. The queens went off the board. And after long castle, black is threatening rook d1 with a check and also checkmate. You can block this by f3, knight e2, there are many ways. But white decided to trade the knight, and really important to point out that black didn't recapture, went straight for, no, she went rook d4 first. That's
interesting.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then bishop b5, then rook d1. Okay, and then we had the checkmate. And yeah, already the first checkmate with the black pieces, with the sort of hybrid Scandinavian.
How many moves?
Yeah, just 10 moves. 10 moves.
10 moves.
Checkmate with the black pieces, not that common. But yeah, we'll take it.
Exactly.
It's part of the job. We get all these kinds of checkmates, especially in the under 8, under 10. Yeah, imagine some of these players have played chess for maybe 6 months, 1 year, so it's definitely understandable, but also maybe educational for the people at home.
Yes, and it's very common to see that. So
early checkmates? Yeah, there's no shame in the checkmate game.
No judgment. This is something
Yeah.
like a disclaimer that we want to make sure that the people at home understand. Definitely we're going to see surprises, maybe under 16, under 18 as well, but we're not probably going to have any checkmate in 10 moves.
10 moves,
It is definitely interesting to have a competition to see that live as well.
Yeah, definitely entertaining. And yeah, we can jump into a more normal game. Here, I think it's the first board for girls under 8. We have Bilo Laile against Grib Sofia. We have 4 knights opening. Everything is going well. White will castle, hopefully. Yeah. Now that's white to move now. She's deciding should I castle queenside, which is a bit risky, or just go for the more normal short castle and just the game continues. It's move 10. There's no checkmate opportunities, so definitely these types of games we'll see more of.
As a disclaimer for people that are watching us, when you see the board, there is what we call a thermometer.
Ah, okay,
on
the
left.
evaluation bar, yeah.
Exactly.
On our left, I believe, or maybe
Yes.
right if people are watching. There will be an evaluation bar, and depending on
the
whether
position?
it goes up, yeah, depending on the position, whether it goes up and down, it hints of which color is winning, and along with that hint, we can explain you guys at home what's happening in the game. Okay, we'll go through another one. That's Sid Marcos against...
Under 8, still,
Yeah,
we're
it's
still under 8.
We're going category by category. It's under 8. It's girls, I believe, under 8. So okay, that's a nice thing to point out. The knight is pinned at the moment, so if you do a sort of developing move, you'll lose this pawn. You cannot capture because you'll lose the queen.
The thermometer is going
the
cray a
going
bit.
crazy. And just f3, and okay, the game keeps going. And we have a long castle. Already the first long castle of the day. Usually games where people are castling opposite sides are more adventurous.
Yes.
And yeah,
more risky.
And more risky. And we already see some trades happening. The queens are off the board, but in a combinational play, black won one knight, I believe. Yeah, just one knight. And good strategy that I always employ once I win some material, trade all the pieces, and things will be fine.
I'm curious, do you think there's going to be some turn of events maybe in this game?
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, probably it won't. Like White's king is also a bit weak here on the back rank. There might be some issues after rook e8. I'm threatening rook e1, and it's a real threat, and might be checkmate. And yeah, I don't think there will be any surprises from this point.
I agree.
Maybe we'll see.
But let's see. Let's move to the next one.
Okay, let's move.
More do we have in store for under 8?
Under 8, yeah. A lot of random games. Another Scandinavian between Kravchuk Daria and Men's Jasmine. Again, we'll get the names by the second day. We'll know all the names. Or not really all the names, but
Maybe more of the names. More.
At least we'll know how to pronounce them. Okay, Scandinavian, the point of this is that the Black Queen is going on an adventure early on. Maybe 2 adventures in this game. Okay, we see White attacking the Queen early on, and now better development for White. And again, the same question that we chess players face a lot. Which side should we castle? Do we go short castle or long castle? There are benefits and also some downsides to this, so we'll see what Daria is deciding right now. What would you do, Maria, in this situation? Long castle or short castle? What do you think? Go safe or go crazy?
I would go safe, but this is just me.
Okay. The more traditional approach?
I would, yes. I think I would take a more traditional approach, but I wouldn't say no, maybe to a long castle.
Yeah, long castle is safe here, even though the queen is on e5, and we might argue that there might be some attacking possibilities. But once you castle long, you can start the classical pawn storm on the king side, and you might be even the one who checkmates first.
Let's see if we have some live games from maybe the 8th or the 7th table. We have with White Markish Carla Ioana from Romania playing against Muradi Sabira from Azerbaijan.
Unfortunately, I think there's only 5 tables.
5 tables.
Yeah, 5 tables. So the last live table for girls under 8 is Janoshi.
Yes.
Yeah, Janoshi Boglarka against Maximovic Katarina.
Yes.
So these are the...
We have quite a few Romanian players playing under 8, which is quite important to point out as well. And I'm curious what they're going to be doing as well.
Yeah, probably we're going to see them along the tournament. But first round, the ELO rating system is deciding the pairing. So for the moment, we're watching the first 5 favorites. Okay, here we get the Caro-Kann, one of my favorite openings. Excited to see.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I started off as a French player, but when I realized the Caro-Kann is a slightly improved version of the French, I just switched.
Interesting switch.
Yeah, I switched. I'm sort of always rooting for the winners. Like in football, I used to root for Barcelona, but now I'm a big Manchester City fan, just because they won everything. So I'm not that reliable with my...
No, I'm with the underdogs.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes, always I'm rooting for the underdogs.
We'll see today. Maybe we can see some statistics if the underdogs are posing any real problems to the sort of favorites on the paper.
I sure hope so. In the meantime, let me just reply to a comment here. Vlachas is asking us if there is a 30-minute anti-cheating delay in place. There is a 15 minutes anti-cheating delay in place. So we're experiencing the games with a 15 minutes delay due to, well, obviously making sure that no one is cheating from this perspective.
Yeah, there's also some really serious anti-cheating committee here. And yeah, no cheating will happen. The thing with cheating, it has risen up recently with smartphones, obviously. But the thing is, if you have the chance during the game to look up your position with the worst smartphone ever, you will still get a significant edge. So with this new technology, we're trying our best in the chess community to fight against it.
And to avoid anything that might resemble anything related to cheating.
Yeah, keep the fair play high and doing our best with what technologies they have, like delaying or some metal detectors. They have all these kind of tools to avoid cheating. But for now, nothing happened, and hopefully nothing will happen by the end of the tournament. Okay, we can actually go to boys under 8.
Let's do that.
We have Romanian playing on the first board. Calotescu, yeah, this name I can pronounce. It's Calotescu David, I will remember it. Calotescu David Andrei against Thomas Andre. And yeah, Calotescu playing with black pieces, another Caro-Kann, so really happy to see this one again.
Calotescu is the underdog.
Is it? Yeah.
I would say.
He's not. So Thomas Andre from which country? Slovakia?
Yes, he's from Slovakia. He has a rating of won 1790.
Wow, 1790.
Which is quite high for under 8.
Yeah,
I might
be
add.
one of the best ratings in the world. I mean, under 8 they don't even have that much tournaments to play.
Exactly.
They're basically starting out, and
so definitely the Romanian player is an underdog. Let's see how the match is going.
Yeah, an underdog, but playing the Caro-Kann, you're never an underdog when you're playing the Caro-Kann. Oh, and the bar is going in favor of the Caro-Kann player. Okay, and he went with the long castle, which I think it's a risky decision here, because yeah, you might delay castling, but you can go short castle and then, let's say, go with the rook on c8. And it feels like black is the first one to open a file against the king, and its attack will flow easily. But okay, castle long still not a mistake, but maybe not the best way of attacking here. Okay, we get a trade, a bishop against a knight, and then, yeah, we can see the rook slowly lifting towards the king, classical way of attacking. And then, okay, queen e3.
Interesting move.
Yeah, it's sort of the type of move that I advise my few students that I started coaching recently. When your opponent is sort of attacking a pawn, try to do the counter attack first. So that would be, for example, knight a4, or even rook d1 is good to promote the defense of this pawn, but developing a piece. But yeah, putting the queen to protect the pawn it's a bit of a weird logic here, because the queen is the most powerful piece in the game, and the pawn is just a pawn. You can lose it, you can sacrifice it, but you need your queen to be more active than e3. Okay, he went rook e8, threatening e5, trying to attack in the center. But it's good. I like the way Calotescu is playing. Good job. Probably congrats to the coach so far. Good.
Not an easy opponent. He's playing against the #1.
Yeah, top seed. And yeah, we might experience nerves here. Even for the top seed player, it's hard sometimes because all the pressure is on them.
Definitely.
They're expected to perform, to win every game. Even a draw, with a draw they lose rating, and they might think, okay, things are not going my way. So the pressure is always on the top player. The underdog is just giving their best, and even if they lose, it was sort of an expected result statistically.
That's what I like about the underdogs.
No
Expect the
pressure.
unexpected.
Expect the unexpected, yeah.
I think there is pressure as well. As you might know, in every tournament we felt pressure. Sometimes
too much.
nerves as well, which can be a great feeling. We were actually going out a bit now, like 15 minutes ago, to take the pulse as well.
Yeah,
and we were not prepared for what we saw outside of the hall.
Yeah, so many people just waiting, hoping for their favorites to win, and yeah, you can feel the tension. And
so many coaches, so many
parents. So many coaches, so many assistants. It's a lot of people involved in this event. It's not only the players you see or us commentating, it's always the people behind. And I remember my experiences with my parents. They're always extra nervous because when you're playing, you can focus on the moves. At least you're in control of the outcome. But when you're a parent sitting outside, hoping for your kid to win, you don't have control over the moves. And that's adding extra layers of emotions. You start imagining scenarios, and it's grueling for this parents.
Starting with tomorrow, we
hope
will
do some interviews.
Exactly. We will also go outside and film and show you guys a bit from the outside, what's going on, how the tension is looking like, how the joy from the outside is looking like as well. All the coaches and all the parents gathered outside, waiting for the players to come out, not knowing anything of what's going on inside, maybe just from the lives.
Yeah,
so follow us here.
And the live boards are just a selected few because you cannot broadcast every game. So if your child's game is not broadcasted, you can wait even up to 4 hours not knowing any information and just
hoping for the best.
Hoping for the best, and yeah, you never know what to get.
which we do as well. So let's move on with the next game.
We can do the next game.
We're
so
still under 8, open under 8.
Yeah. Open. We saw Kalotescu, good Caro-Kann, and now we're seeing Soham Mishra from I don't know, from Germany, I guess. No, Müller.
Belgium.
Belgium. Okay, Soham Mishra from Belgium and Müller Konstantin from Germany. And these are countries from Europe, from what I know. Hopefully. Okay.
Good geography. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you. My first grade geography teacher will be proud if he's ever watching this. Okay, so a Sicilian, slightly better version of the Caro-Kann. If I said that the Caro-Kann is a better version of the French, the Sicilian is a better version of everything. So if you want to improve or try to understand chess, go Sicilian. But okay, we have an early pin, but queen a5, okay. Already some high level of understanding. We have a pin. For those of you who don't know, a pin is when a piece cannot move because something bad will happen. For example, if this knight moves away, they lose the queen, and we don't want that to happen. We can see the bar as well, not agreeing with this breaking of the pin. And usually what you do is you attack the piece and try to force it to move. The pawn is attacking the knight. And here we have a counter pin. The queen goes on a5, the knight can freely move, and if you capture, you lose the bishop. So that's already a counter pin, something that it's not so easily understandable, especially if we're talking about under 8. So good spot by Müller Konstantin, already 1696 elo, so showing his value. Okay, he grabbed a bunch of pawns, and now it's some 1 or 2 pawns up. White's king has lost the right to castle. Once you move your king, you cannot castle anymore, and it will probably be straightforward for black to convert this. And again, one of my favorite strategies, try to swap pieces here.
When you're in a...
Yeah, when you're in advantage. For those of you who are trying to learn chess at home, if you ever grab a pawn, start swapping pieces and things will be easier. Okay, another pawn dropped, check, and yeah, the queen goes back. Safety first. Black's king is safe.
Relatively safe.
Yeah, relatively safe.
I might add. There's no direct threat. I wouldn't see any
Queen f3, Maria. There's queen f3. Another pin.
Yes.
There's always queen f3.
There's always queen f3.
Mr. Konstantin playing for tricks already. But yeah, it's not only the tricks, it's the pawns. Some pawns up, and yeah. We made the bet today to see how many tactical combinations Maria sees. So it's 1-0 for me. Queen f3. Thank you, queen f3. Okay, but
I was not ready.
Yeah, it wasn't public this bet, but you gotta see that. Tactics all the way. It's all about the tactics. Especially, no, joking aside, especially at these young groups, tactics that happen like pins, double attacks and so on, they decide the game. It's all about the tactics. And if people are interested in general how to practice tactics, just go chess.com/puzzles and you can spend your whole day there. Or Lichess, yeah.
I think
maybe we're supposed to mention just chess.com? No, not really.
I think they're both great resources, so we're advertising both because why not?
Lichess, actually Lichess is better because it has like a wide variety and you can select your topic there. Okay, here normal game, Italian, the gioco piano, bishops are out, knights are out, castling. This is what a normal game would look like. All the pieces are out, castling has been made, and yeah, probably.
Is this third table?
Yeah, that's
Luca Protopopescu from France.
From France, but sounds Romanian to me.
It does.
So it might be
against
Romanian.
Silvio Francisco Duarte from Portugal.
Sounds Portuguese to me. So yeah, they're good. So board number 3?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, just a normal game. Who's the favorite? Luca.
Luca.
Okay, Luca is the favorite. Yeah, we'll check this game later.
Luca is with white. We also have a Romanian playing on the 5th table with.
Is it live? Let's.
Black.
Oh, okay.
It should be live. Răzvan Bercu playing against Nikitakis Mihail from Greece. Okay. Mihail is the favorite.
Another Caro-Kann. Okay, it's a Caro-Kann day today.
It's a Caro-Kann day.
Yeah. Okay, swapping the bishops. Yeah, Caro-Kann extra solid. So maybe they're sharing the same coach, Bercu, Răzvan, and Kalotescu. Same opening, maybe same coach. Okay, c4, threatening a fork, and he defended well. By fork, I mean a pawn that's attacking 2 pieces at the same time, and you lose material and we try to avoid that. Okay, long castle again, king b8, knight e5, and yeah, sort of normal position.
Playable. What
playable,
we call
yeah.
playable.
Playable.
Position.
Just the material is equal. No pawns, nor pieces were lost on the way. The queens are still on the board. The kings have castled. So normal stuff. We can add that white has slightly more space. That means they push their pawns a little bit further than blacks. But that's normal in the Caro-Kann. Sometimes you lose space, but maybe you get it back in the end game. So normal stuff here. We still have one more game in under 8. That's Tufaner Ayaz against Ivanovic Leonid from Slovakia.
Fourth table.
Yeah, fourth table.
In this game, Leonid is the favorite, playing with black.
A Sicilian, sort of anti-Sicilian, trying to avoid the main ways of dealing with the Sicilian. Okay, he goes e5, h3. Okay, this knight is jumping around a bit, but at the same time white is pushing pawns. And this strategy might back off. Oh, rook a7, that's creative. Yeah, that's, I don't know, sometimes they call this some sort of Reti's gun or something. You put the queen on a8 and the bishop on b7. And even
I've seen that.
Yeah, even at the first glance, the queen on a8 is on the edge of the board, but with the bishop, there will be some cooperation that can happen. But the main reason here is to defend this bishop on b7 and just move the knight away at the right time.
Out of curiosity, what do you teach your students to play?
Guitar, usually, but they're trying to stick with chess. Yeah, with chess, what do I teach them? Some general rules, some... I'm not revealing all my secrets, but...
Not yet.
Not yet.
We have 9 days to do that.
I don't have that many students or that much experience.
I thought secrets.
Yeah, that many secrets. But what I'm trying to teach them is to avoid having undefended pieces. So, for example, in the previous game, we saw rook a7 defending the bishop. Try to keep your pieces defended, and if the opponent has any undefended pieces, try to attack them. So that's my first rule. When you're coming to me, say, okay, please teach me chess. I'll do like this. Please defend your pieces and attack the opponent's pieces. And then we can move on to some
more advanced strategies.
More like Caro-Kann and
Caro-Kann.
or the French if they want to suffer. But usually it's this type of stuff. Try to defend your pieces because you cannot go into that much strategy, advanced concepts, if the pieces are dropping left and right. So first of all, take care of your pieces. There's a good book by Jonathan Rawson, The 7 Deadly Sins of Chess, that's suggesting to talk to your pieces. I'm not going that far, but to a point where you're trying to understand each piece, the way they move. Don't talk with the pieces, but try to understand their
role in the game.
Their role, the squares, and try to take care of them. Not necessarily talking, but taking care of them. That's a better way of putting it. But by the way, great book.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
For entertainment, education.
Yeah.
I love how we're starting this this competition.
Yeah, hopefully things will get more interesting as we move to under 10. So already
Yes,
under
let's
10,
do that.
might say still lower age groups, but even at this stage with 1 or 2 more years of experience, your game can go like crazy.
So we're open under 8, under 10.
We're girls under 10.
Girls under 10.
We have, I think, first board, Shrimbek Lilian against Nia Malcheva, if that's
yes, correct.
girls under 10 first board.
Yes. And
Okay.
Lilian is the favorite in this game, with white coming from Germany.
Yeah, from Germany, and by favorite we mean the highest rating and statistically...
The highest chances of winning.
Yeah, the highest chances of winning the European title. And just to mention, we've seen under 8, all the games have started out with just e4, and we saw some Caro-Kann and some e4, e5, or some Sicilian, and that's all the openings we saw, and a bit of Scandinavian. But now we already see d4 followed by a kingside fianchetto, which is in the realm of advanced chess. You're losing a pawn, but it's not like you're dropping it. You're making a positional sacrifice to gain some space in the center. So already, I don't think I have anything.
Already something else.
Something else, yeah. It's advanced chess. Okay, queen d3. You gotta pick up this pawn, even if you're wasting time with your queen. you gotta pick it up because it might get in the way of your development. Okay, go knight back, pawn e5. Yeah, that's cool. Resembles the Catalan opening. Probably we'll see that. The Catalan opening
I'm sure.
is really popular. It's
Very famous. I'm sure starting at least from under 12, we're
Yeah,
going to see that more.
the downside of it is that, as we said, you lose a pawn, but this bishop on g2 is really powerful, and it decides the game a lot of the times. And even we gotta name drop Magnus here. It's a chess broadcast, so we gotta
Of course.
give
Credit
shout
where
out.
credit's due.
Yeah, this is the opening that Magnus used to beat Nepo in it wasn't the previous World Championship match, but their match in Dubai. It was basically the Catalan that made Magnus winning so clearly. So the Catalan was already popular by then, but when Magnus employed it, it went really
Viral.
It went viral.
It went viral.
Not on TikTok, but on chess players' boards and home preparation.
Let's see, second table we have Zlata, and I'm so sorry that I'm not going to pronounce this correctly.
Bogomolnikova.
Bogomolnikova Zlata against Arun Ria.
Arun Ria, yeah, that's Lithuania against someone
Italy.
from Italy. Or
Italia.
Italia,
Della
yeah,
Italia. And Ria from Italy is the favorite in this match, is playing with black.
Okay, we see the Tarrasch opening again, starting with d4.
I like it.
Yeah, I
not
like
gonna
it.
lie.
Yeah, I like that we see already different patterns. So people are starting playing d4, which is sort of more mature opening, we could say. But okay, the Tarrasch is interesting because the pawn structure is called the Isolani pawn structure. You get a weak pawn, but in exchange you gain some space, some dynamical play for your pieces. So the strategy for white is my favorite strategy, just swap pieces, because endgames are usually superior when you're playing against the Isolani, and black is trying to just go for the checkmate. So this is the type of game we're gonna see, and for now white feels like it's doing their tasks better, just managed to swap a pair of pieces and putting some pressure with the spin in the open file. So some trouble for the favorite already. I don't want to go too deep into strategy, but if you lose this bishop, for example, if you went bishop c7, you can see this diagonal. This is the one that will help you checkmate. But once you swap this, it's off the board. You can never go back into the game.
And it's also the pawn structure.
Yeah, you ruined the pawn structure. We got double pawns. Nothing against double pawns,
No.
but it's just they're bad. No,
Nothing against them,
no,
but they're not good. I mean,
the theory,
but nothing against them.
The theory of endgames has said that. I'm just quoting Dvoretsky. It's not my
No,
my ideas.
the classics, dropping the classics.
Yeah, dropping. I read 2 books, but I keep quoting them. That's my strategy. Just Dvoretsky and Jonathan Rowson. No, joking. I read more than 2 books. I also do chessable courses, but we'll talk about that later. Let's not.
It's part of your secrets. So
Yeah,
definitely
my teaching style.
We're going to unravel.
Should I? Yeah, there's actually, okay, I'll say this. There's actually a great course on the Caro-Kann on Chessable by...
That's very good, yes. We
by a
want to
good,
know more.
By a good friend of mine, Alex Banze, international master from Romania.
We salute him, and he has more courses on London.
On London, yeah. He also has this on Chessable, and you can watch him on YouTube, actually. If you ever get tired of us, you can type Alex Banze on YouTube, and he has a lot of great educational content, Chessable courses, and he's funny. He's actually a funny guy, so it's not only about teaching chess, but it's also his style of...
And the way you teach it, especially with young kids. I think it's so important the way that coaches can, you know, get through them in a way that it's also entertaining, maybe.
Yeah, chess is complex, as we know, 64 squares, but infinite possibilities. So there's a lot of things you can teach, a lot of strategies, but if the child is not interesting, if you're not presenting as a story or something to get their attention, they just get lost in the maze and they might give it up. Because chess is amazing, but depends on how you're presenting to it.
And how you're perceiving it. And we're going to talk more during our transmissions about the mindset, how important it is, how we develop it, how children develop it from such a young age.
Okay, you said mindset. I need to mention my initial mindset when playing chess. I was crying before the games. It was just, I was like 6 or 7, and I was like, my friends would tell me, oh, you're gonna get the scholar's mate, and I didn't even know what that was. And I just started crying. That was my whole mindset, keep crying. And when I was running out of crying, I said, okay, let's make some moves. Sometimes I was winning, sometimes I was losing. But as I grew up, I realized, okay, let's defend against the scholar's mate and stop the crying.
So
and that was
you were the definition of keep crying till you make it.
keep crying till you make it. Yeah, kind of. Wasn't fake it till you make it, was
Keep
crying till you learn how to defend the scholar's mate.
Was it also in anticipation of something bad? Because sometimes, you know...
Yeah, I was so afraid of getting scholar mated that I wasn't even thinking about anything else. I mean, as a child, I was happy when FC Barcelona was winning, but when I was playing chess, it was mainly crying and trying to defend from various checkmates. But yeah, I quickly learned the technical way of developing, but as I had technical debt, as they call it in the corporate world, I was just compensating that with a lot of crying.
We're going to discuss more about mindset because, you know, I think it's fascinating also how it evolves from when you're playing under 8, under 10, to when you're playing under 18, let's
yeah,
say.
That's true. And a lot of the differences are small between players in terms of knowledge. Like, the knowledge is out there. It's on YouTube, it's on Chessable. You can come to me, I can teach you knowledge, but the difference is in terms of mindset.
The finesse.
Yeah, as you said, who wants to win more, who is like more determined, things that are not that easily measurable, but you can see it. Some people have more determination, they really want it more to win, and it translates in the way they focus.
And not necessarily only about that, but what happens during a competition, because we're here for 10 days. You might have a bad day and you might lose a game, but it's important your mindset even after a failure. And we definitely are going to discuss more on that. Let's see some more chess.
Okay, we're back to the chess. This discussion is way above me, but I understood some of the concepts that Maria was presenting. So okay, we have another d4. We have Lampo Mariana against Okchova Vasilena. And yeah, another d4. And here White decided to close up the center. We can see
Interesting choice.
The pawn chain, and Black is a bit lacking space. And yeah, the usual strategy when you're lacking space is to try to make a trade or two in order to get some room for the other pieces, and Black is doing exactly that, offering a trade with the bishop, maybe with the knight. So that's good. And White's strategy is to just keep expanding. Probably you gotta make a trade because you cannot avoid it. But playing f4, getting another pawn in the center, I think that's the way.
More space, definitely.
More space, and maybe here we can add some nuances like rook lifting, bringing the queen all the way to h5, slowly building an attack on this king. And usually Black is hoping for a strike on the queen side with b6, trying to get these pawns off the board, or even f6 followed by e5. So
I would go with that. With
yeah,
the second
f6
one,
striking in the center is probably the best approach. But yeah, we'll see. We'll definitely get back to these games. We're just having a glance to see.
A general glance is the first day, first matches. I think it's really interesting to see and to go into some of them. And as you can see, there's, I would say, huge difference from under 8 to under 10.
Yeah, actually there is. It's only 2 years.
Only 2 years of
between,
difference.
But the chess level is, it's not that we've seen a mate in 10. It's we see some concepts, like some abstract thinking that's already kicking in for players
some
under
strategy as well.
Some strategy, yeah.
More strategy, not only tactics. We see a lot of tactics under 8 and we're definitely going to follow that along because it's so interesting to see.
Yeah, and hopefully
and
as
adventurous.
We keep going up, we can still understand what's happening. Probably under 18, I read that the first player there, it's rated 25, 41 something, so already Grandmaster level.
Yes.
So hopefully we can.
I think maybe more than that, 25
25,
something. We're going to get to
something.
that.
Yeah, that's a rating that we never reached. So we're eager to see what kind of chess we'll see there. Definitely some cool concepts, hopefully. Okay, a Sicilian, open, Sicilian, going there. Oh, that's nice. That's nice to highlight this concept. The knight is attacking the bishop. And even though it's just a trade, if you do a normal move, you trade the knight with the bishop, but usually the theory and also in practice we want to keep these bishops alive, even if it's sort of awkward to move it on d1, restricting the rooks. It can always go back like f4, bishop f3, but keeping the bishop pair in place, it's core concept of strategical play. And here black has some time to strike on the queen side, probably something like b5, b4. So yeah,
I would be quite comfortable.
Yeah, it's a good kind of Sicilian. Probably
It is.
white made something weird along the way. Probably something like g3 to have this fianchetto place for the bishop. I mean, bishop on d1 is a good idea, but you don't really want to make it happen. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Sicilian always has ways of surprising. Yeah, yeah. It's never, oh, you have an advantage and it's over with the Sicilian. No, there's always resources for both sides.
Let's move to the next one.
Okay, we have Manuel Maelis against Toma Maria. Okay, e45. The Rui Lopez, one of the oldest openings in chess. Normal development, h3, a4. Okay.
Maria Toma from Romania, number 40.
Number 40 on the starting list.
On the starting list, playing against Melis, who's number 5 on the starting list, and Maria is playing with black.
Yeah, okay, we get a4. You see that white has delayed the development, but nothing is really happening in the center, so you can do that sometimes, even delay your development. Don't move these pieces, but just keep attacking on the queen side. So that's a strategy. But just what I want to point out is that this knight is usually jumping on f1, g3, e3. It's a long route, but that's the best place for it. And the bishop usually stays on c1 or probably g5, and yeah, reaching the king side soon. Yeah, but starting with a4, hinting at the queen side attack, it's good. White can also play on both sides, and black's plan is something like rook e8, bishop f8, and striking in the center with d5 when this move is possible. So this is sort of this position in a nutshell, but yeah, just move 10, it can go either way.
We also have a bit of delay. There's more than 1 hour since all the matches started.
Okay.
It's interesting to see maybe some results in a bit. Let's go through some matches from under 10 open. So from
from the open we have wow, we have a surprise actually.
I like surprises.
Yeah, it's
let's see.
It's the first favorite, Filindaș Nikita, against the Romanian Mihaly Viorescu Andrei. And it looked to me that the Romanian player is winning already. So we get through a normal opening, just developing a queenside fianchetto, something not seen that common, but it's normal stuff. And black decided to keep trading, and the endgame is slightly better because of this bishop on e7, has more room for maneuver, and this bishop on b2 is just hinting at its own pawn. And black actually played really well this endgame. Oh, what a tactic. Okay, we need to explain that. So
yes.
This rook on c1 is doing 2 jobs at the moment, working definitely overtime to defend this rook on e1 and this pawn on c2. And you can just take this pawn. It looks like a sacrifice at the moment because this rook and the queen, they're protecting the rook, but if you trade, you just lose the other rook. So there's no way to deal with that, and hopefully...
Good tactics. So
yeah,
this is
good tactics.
Second table, right? Andrei Viorescu Mihaly.
Yeah. Okay.
Second table, he is actually favorite number 52, playing against number 2. Nikita Filindaș, 1977 ELO, under 10. Quite a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely an ELO upset. So here, just to make some comments about the final position, Black is 2 pawns up, and it's just cruising to victory. This pawn will slowly go to a queen, and yeah, there's not much to do with white. Probably they're still gonna fight for an hour or two, but it feels like Mihaly will strike the first underdog victory of the day, which is
which is something that
Something
I'm
good.
rooting for, and I'm really happy to see that. And I'm going to be a bit biased, a bit more, okay?
with
and I'm
Romanian
going to
players or with underdogs. Yeah, with Romanians.
both probably,
yeah.
but in this case, an underdog and,
And
a
the
Romanian
Romanians.
player. I'm very, very happy.
Best combo. Okay, so moving on to board number 3, I guess. Kolar Edward, and yeah, Kolar Edward is actually board number 1
First board number 1,
against Larry Mark.
and Larry Mark is favorite number 1 with a rating of
2000.
2039, which for under 10 is quite impressive. He is a Canadian master and he comes from France. Let's see how he's doing playing with black on the screen right now.
Sicilian Löwenthal variation. Okay, going aggressive early on, and already from move 7, black has taken the edge a bit. Okay, d6. Oh, interesting stuff with this bishop on d5. Usually, both colors are fighting for this square, and white had said, okay, let's put a bishop there. But once you take with the pawn, black is fine because this pawn that used to be a weakness, now it's in the clear. There's not that much danger. And black can start trading pieces, and usually the endgames are superior. But yeah, nothing tactical happened, no blunders, no fireworks, it's just strategical play in the Sicilian. And black is just having a slight edge, which is normal for
Beautiful chess.
Yeah, beautiful chess.
And
Normal
under
chess.
10, we're going to come back to probably to this game, because I think it's quite interesting to see how it develops over couple of moves. But let's move on to the table number 3. I would
it's
say.
Table number 3. We have.
I'll help you a bit.
You're helping? Okay.
I will take the fall for the names.
Okay.
So playing with white, we have Kamil Halhul from Poland,
Poland.
playing against. Give me just a sec. Mihailo Nezivenko.
Yeah, Nezivenko Mikhail from Germany.
From Germany. Mihailo is favorite number 3 in this competition, under 10, with an ELO of 1933. Also quite impressive for under 10, if you would ask me.
Yeah, great rating. Just and going for Benoni, which is translated from Russian. I think it was originally. It's son of sorrow. That's how you translate this opening, which means that black is gonna suffer a bit, but the benefits
For a good cause.
Yeah, for a good cause. Sometimes you get to win in the end game, or you get to play for some interesting tactical tricks.
It's like the modern version of doing it for the plot.
Yeah, exactly. And actually,
a lot of life wisdom here.
Yeah, dropping life knowledge here. Oh, and some images from outside actually.
We have images. I'm so excited.
Yeah, they're still trying to fix it, but yeah, you're gonna see the.
This was a preview.
Yeah,
this was a preview. Actually, we're going to, in a short bit, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're also going to get to see and sense the atmosphere. If there is tension, if there is joy, and we are going to obviously come back in 5 minutes with more live chess.
Yeah, these are the images of people waiting outside, as we described it. There are many nerves, but okay.
Preview. We're
the
just,
technical is set.
It's nothing technical. We're just dropping, a bit.
Previews.
We're just. It's the teaser. It's the teaser to something that's about to come, and I'm sure you're going to be excited to see. Also, the outside. There's a great setup. We have the amazing mascot.
Yeah,
so excited for
funny.
us to take some pictures with it. We are going to come back in 5 minutes with more chess here at the European Youth Championship.
Okay. See you. Bye bye. are back. We are back from the break with more chess, more action, and yeah, how was the break, Maria?
Well, we went outside a bit, still a lot of people waiting, still a lot of players in the room. We have images here on the screen as well, or we'll have shortly. I think it's an intense first day, if you would have to ask me.
Yeah, it's pretty intense as the first day. There were some delays with the first round as official people were coming for the opening ceremony. And we already seen some people finishing their games. You see that slowly the games are finished. We're 1 hour and a half in. So that the average chess game, we would say around 2 hours, maybe?
Around 2
Around 2
hours.
hours.
So we might see more players leaving the area quite soon, relatively soon. And we'll have more images from the playing area as well. Before we have now actually on the screen, before the break we were going through some live matches from under 8 and under 10, both open and girls, and we're going to obviously continue with under 12.
Yeah, we're going up the ladder with under 12 girls. We can start showing the games. First one will be Vujovic Vera.
I'll take the fall, yeah.
Serbia, and Huseinova Dinara from Azerbaijan.
Great
As
job.
you said, Azerbaijan, big
group.
Big group, yeah, big country. And
45 players in this tournament, which is quite a nice showing.
Yeah, strong federation. They have, of course, famous players like Rajabov. Chess is big in Azerbaijan. We just had the World Cup there in Baku. So, yeah, hopefully we'll see some great future Azerbaijani stars.
So under 12, what we're seeing on the screen right now, under 12 girls.
Under 12 girls.
First
board.
table, first board, and playing with the white is number 1. Rated with over 2,000 ELO, 2,049, which is again quite good, under 12.
Yeah, fantastic ratings, and also we see the level of play. We had an early queen trade, which is a mark of good opening theory. We saw a line against the Caro-Kann, which is trending right now at the highest level. So the knowledge is on par with what's happening at the high levels of chess right now. We are swapping the queens, and white is slowly trying to win this endgame with maybe a bit more space as they push the pawn on e5, maybe favorable trades. But yeah, we'll see what the exact strategy will be in a moment. Yeah, a couple of trades, and now we have the pawn structure here. Would you like to tell us a bit about pawn islands? If you'd like, Maria. I'm sure you're familiar with this concept.
I am, obviously.
Yeah, so please,
but not necessarily my favorite.
Your cup of tea?
Not necessarily my cup of tea, but I remember some good games where it really helped me.
Yeah, the thing
to be honest
with pawn islands is like simple concept. The more pawn islands you have, like pawn formations, the weaker they are. So by weak we mean in a potential pawn endgame, it will be harder for black to defend all the pawns. So the optimal strategy for white would be to probably swap the bishops and work with the rooks and the knight against the pawns. And specifically this e6 and h7 pawn.
Yes.
Even
weak pawns.
Yeah, weak pawns.
How they're called.
It looks maybe normal, but we've seen hundreds of situations where you just cannot defend these pawns with all of your pieces, and once you drop just a pawn, the position is collapsing. So yeah, highly strategical game we see, and only under 12. So we're moving on.
And as we can see, and as we were mentioning earlier, the difficulty and the level of strategy that we're seeing is increasing with every category.
Yeah, for sure. We're building up on different concepts. We're already seeing some modern theory. And yeah, this one, as we're talking about the modern theory, I cannot help but laughing at this. This is the Vienna game. I have actually a good friend of mine whose favorite opening is the Vienna. And it's unusual White strikes in the center with
It
this
is.
f4. The games are wild, a lot of complications, but also a sign of sort of chess bravery, would say, going all in on the attack so early, even at the price of ruining your king safety. It's appreciated, and we see this play by Nițu Maria from Romania, 1300, playing against Alfano Emili, 1800 rating, so rating difference, but trying to compensate that with the Vienna game is, from my point of view, something to
And I think it's
be proud
it's a
of.
smart choice.
Yeah, you want to go with complications when you're playing a more experienced player. Maybe in the maze of all this Vienna stuff, you might trick the opponent. But maybe unfortunately for Maria's fans, we get an early queen trade, so there will be no more checkmate ideas. And Black is going for the most optimal way of dealing with the Vienna, which is trade the queens and play against the pawn structure. As we mentioned just a few minutes ago with the pawn islands, now we see that White is the one who is having 3 pawn islands and a pair of double pawns, while Black's pawns are a bit more healthier, as to say. And again, for those of you watching, when we're talking about bad pawn structure, this can be taken advantage of in an endgame where you need maybe a pair of rooks and a minor piece to create attacks against all these pawns. Okay, so she went bishop d7, trading. Not a big fan of this trade because we usually want to keep the bishops alive, and yeah, probably long castle, and yeah, we'll see how White is trying to hold on. This is not by any means lost or over. It's just
Not at
that
all.
not at all.
Just strategically, it's maybe
more difficult.
exactly more difficult.
Unpleasant to find solutions here. Okay, but yeah, we're gonna go back to this game for sure. Okay, now we're moving on to board number 3.
We have Anya Beber playing against Leila Mirzalieva.
Another player from Azerbaijan, as we mentioned, big turnout from Azerbaijani Federation. We thank them for coming to Mamaya and showing great support to
Romanians Ibiza.
Yeah, Romanians Ibiza. Yeah, we have this running joke. I don't know if people at home will get it, but it's Mamaya. It's also known as Maria coined the term last year in a live commentary, the Ibiza of Romania.
Ibiza.
Ibiza, yeah, to go.
Loving that for us.
The Spanish accent.
I would have to thank Mihnea for that.
Yeah, shout out to
Actually,
Mihnea.
big shout out to him. We were here in Mamaya 2 years ago.
For the
Romanian Super
team.
League.
Yeah, Romanian Super League.
Romanian
team
Super League.
championship.
And it started as a joke, but it somehow
Went viral.
viral is a strong term, but in the chess community, I would say it went viral. So we're just going with it. We're here again at Mamaya, and we're so excited because it's Romania's
Ibiza.
Ibiza,
yeah.
I'm just going to ask you from now on to say Ibiza like every
Okay,
15
Ibiza.
minutes because Ibiza,
Ibiza,
because
okay.
it's absolutely great.
Yeah, the thing is with chess, it's all serious. You get to play a game for 4 or 5 hours. And when you're watching at home, some glimpses of jokes, this type of stuff makes chess commentary and the chess experience for the people watching a bit more enjoyable.
And entertaining, I might add.
Hopefully entertaining. So we definitely thank international master Mihnea Kostaki for this spark of comedy inside the chess commentary world. Okay, now we're back with board number 3. And what we're seeing here is opposite side castling. White has castled queen side, Black has castled king side. And at the first look, we might think that Black is better because there's an open file already. But I would say White has more space, and these pawns will roll a bit faster than Black can bring more troops to the attack. So definitely it's going to be an attacking game. Whenever we have opposite side castling, it's all about the speed of your attack. So here White seems to be first, and the bar
and the thermometer.
Thermometer is also confirming this. So White with the speed advantage, and will most likely see a kingside attack soon. So yeah, that's the game between Beber Anya and Mirzalieva Leila. and that was board 3 of girls under 12. We can move on with board number 4, where we have a game between Marusiniana and Stara Suzana from the Czech Republic. Go e45. The bishops, oh, early queen development. Usually that's...
Interesting.
Yeah, usually that's a mistake, but also there's also a line.
Might be a variation.
Yeah, there is a variation in the Rui Lopez called the Warshall attack. I remember it because I was facing it sometimes, where even white is developing the queen early. The point is to just go for quick c3, d4, supported by the rook on d1. So this makes sense. And what we saw in the game is a sort of mix between the Italian and this variation of the Rui Lopez. So already some creative choices in the openings. But I'm surprised by the use of time. We're already at move 10, but both players have spent around an hour combined, which is not that usual for the opening.
Exactly. Might be because they were surprised.
Yeah, as we said, this mix of the Italian game and the Warsaw attack, we see a game that hasn't been played that many times, so hopefully like a new position, and this makes you spend time in the opening and try to come up with solution. But Black is handling this well. I don't really like this bishop b5 because we have this principle in the opening. I think Nimzovic came up with it in the famous system book. Like you'll try to avoid moving your piece more than one time.
Definitely.
Yeah,
I remember that.
You're wasting time.
When I was little.
Yeah, when we are juniors, as the players are here, our coaches always used to tell us, a lot of times, stop moving the same piece twice because you're neglecting your other pieces. And in order to reach harmony, especially in the opening, you're just trying to move each piece once and then you can start maneuvering. So here this bishop c4, bishop b5, not the best decision, but okay, the position is normal. Move number 10, the bar is around the middle, which means both sides have...
playable.
Yeah, it's playable. Both sides have chances, so we'll definitely get back to this game.
Let's see one more before we switch to under 12 open.
Okay, we still have one game in the girls section. We have Markina Sofia against Robers Bregue from the Netherlands. And there we go, we have a modern defense. That's cool. I like modern defense. Whenever I see it, I have to give a big shout out to Romanian Grandmaster Marius Manolaki. He's one of the best players to play from Romania, and from my experience, the modern. He always finds the way to mix up the pieces and come up with creative tactics. So if you're ever interested in this opening, I recommend Marius's games. Okay, here the center is closed. We see a big pawn formation for white, and most likely white is going to strike with c5. Yeah, it's classic already.
c5 against f5.
King's Indian stuff, and it's classical. Even though black started with a modern opening, it transposed to a King's Indian. That's where, to me, chess gets really interesting, when you start with one way and then alongside you just mingle with other openings, and your knowledge can be used like, it's called a transposition, but it's just really nice that you can transfer your knowledge from one opening to the other.
Some real life advice for everyone listening here right now. Sure, having the knowledge, but also being open to switch the course when other alternatives might be better.
Yeah, when you get the chance, sort of this transferable type of knowledge, it's something we learn from chess, and sometimes we apply to real life. Okay, so that was girls section, under 12.
Let's move to open under 12, and I think it's really interesting because we have 3 Romanian players playing on the first 3 boards.
Okay, we have Costaki Andrei, which is actually not a direct student of mine, but I had the chance to work with him in a recent summer chess camp.
He's playing with black against number 1, FIDE master Ahmad Kagan from Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan, yeah, 2300, under 12 years old.
Amazing rating.
Yeah, that's on par with future stars. I mean,
yes,
if you're on this rating at 12 years old, you might expect to be an international master in 1 or 2 years already. Okay, we get a variation of the Sicilian where Andrei tried to strike back early in the center, managed to castle, and yeah, as a coach I would be happy with Black's play. Not that many troubles, pieces are out, castling has been made, takes, yeah, and
Changes, exchanges.
yeah, maybe a bit too many trades, but I don't think they had a choice really. Okay, bishop c5, and again, we get back to transferable knowledge, and as we said, pawn islands.
Weak pawns.
Weak pawns, yeah, they're hard to manage sometimes. Even a lot of people think that pawns are neglectable in a chess game, but here we're just left with rooks, queens, and pawns, and Black's pawns are weaker. And by weak, we mean are not defending each other.
Yes, and they're harder to defend in the end.
They're not connected, and here we have sort of a theoretical win already for white. Of course, the famous back rank threat. If Black is doing something random, fortunately, they're just going to get checkmated, but yeah, we'll definitely see this pattern. Maybe not happening in the game, but we're going to see it throughout the game.
The threats.
Yeah, the threats. Back
at
rank.
least.
And the way to defend usually is to make some room for a king, either h6 or g6. Even if you're moving pawns in front of your king, it's still useful because you're avoiding the checkmate threat. Okay, so clean game from the favorite, and yeah, Andrei didn't really have many chances to strike actually. So let's move on to Petrov Vlad against Nemitz Alfred.
Nemitz Alfred, number
Germany.
2, an ELO of 2,300 straight.
Yeah, and
Also great, Vlad Petrov from Romania, favorite number 49, playing with white.
okay, we get the Trompovsky, which is I employed the Trompovsky at one point in my career, and it went really well. And it's a good weapon for people watching. If they're running out of ideas, opening ideas, you can try the Trompovsky. It's actually really poisonous, as they say. Many ideas. Have you ever tried the Trompovsky, or you faced it?
I did face it.
Yeah, it's not so pleasant sometimes to face it. Just to point out
Not
some
necessarily.
ideas. The bishop is coming out early.
I did play it in Blitz, however.
In Blitz, you played it as white?
I did.
Yeah, that's one of the most common lines, and the thing is, white has really nice pawn center, and black has the bishop pair, but sometimes the position gets too close, and you can't really use your bishop pair advantage. And yeah, the Trompovsky is also like a reputable opening, has been played in the first game between Magnus and Karyakin in 2016. Magnus tried to trick Karyakin into a Trompovsky, but okay, the theory knowledge of Karyakin was just neutralizing the Trompovsky. But yeah, great opening and somehow underrated, I would say. One of these openings out there that are not that well studied, but also quite dangerous. Okay.
But also not that played.
Yeah, not that played yet. Maybe
Yet. You never
Magnus
know the
decides.
comeback.
Yeah, okay, so takes on d5, and actually the Romanian player, even though lower rated, is doing well.
He's doing quite well.
In terms of pawn structure, we would say it's quite balanced, even though black has pushed its pawns a bit more. You can say there are clear weaknesses, but at the same time it feels like white is slightly ahead in development. If they say takes with the queen, we swap the queens up, and it feels like our knight on d5 is a little bit better than the knight on a6. So if we're judging by the quality of the pieces, white is ahead. And also to mention the opposite colored bishops. We're going to see this throughout this event and in chess in general when we're getting opposite colored bishops. They are never meeting, and a lot of these endgames, they tend to be a draw. Yeah, as we know. But also if you manage to employ the benefits, for example, if you are starting an attack on the dark squares, you get an extra piece for the attack, and it can be really valuable if you manage to work your way around these opposite color bishop positions. And we need to shout out our own Bogdan Dak, who is a world expert on these kind of positions. He's known all over the world for the fact that in opposite color bishop endgames he manages to trick even the best opponents. He's now at 2700 elo, so he's having great opponents and tricking them with opposite color bishop is no small treat.
Definitely.
Okay.
One of the hardest, I would say. On the third table, we have
local hero, actually.
Yes, and one of Romania's main favorites in winning a medal at this European Youth Championship. With white playing, we have FIDE Master Tudor Henry Edward playing against Gvasalia Gaga.
Okay, let's see. Tudor Henry, he recently got an interview with ChessBase India for people watching if they're interested to learn more about him. He's talking a bit about the way he's starting chess, but also he's providing some really high-level analysis. Remember, he's 11 years old, but already a FIDE master and deep knowledge of chess, and he loves the game, and you can see that in an interview, and hopefully we'll have him.
Yes, definitely.
I think we'll have him in the studio, and you can see for yourself.
Invited as well.
The level of dedication Henry has for the game, and yeah, so far he's doing all right. A bunch of trades, some pawns in the center, giving him the space advantage, and we would say it's sort of equal, but it feels like white has a slight edge. Maybe this bishop is not out yet. Can jump with the knight, bring the rooks to the open file. It's playable. Playable, and yeah, that's our favorite term.
The word of the day.
Yeah, playable and
Caro-Kann
or what? Ibiza.
Thank you.
Ibiza has to be mentioned every 15 minutes.
Definitely.
Do we have this in the contract? I think I didn't read all the pages, you know.
It is. It definitely needs to be a clause, but before doing that, let's move to
board number 4.
Board number 4.
Okay, we have a player from Armenia, another strong country with great chess tradition. We need to mention the great Levon Aronian, who is playing for Armenia throughout his career. Now he switched to the US, but he definitely made a great impact on Armenian chess. And let's see, the Armenian player playing with
white against
Marin Ferragut from Spain.
Yes, number 4 rated.
2193.
In this tournament.
These people with this kind of rating at under 12, they're in the prodigy category, so one of them, or maybe all of them, are the potential for future world chess elite. So we're watching with interest to see how the new generation are handling the game, and how they're dealing with the first round games, which, as we said, maybe the pressure is on them. They really want to win a full point, because a draw will get them back in the rankings, but also lose some
and talking all about mindset as well.
Yeah, and
how do you think it might impact you as a number 1 or number 4 in the tournament to actually draw against a weaker player?
Yeah, actually I have a story regarding this, so it's
Tell us
story
more.
time.
Tell us more. Story time.
Story time. When I was 9 years old, I was competing for the national title, and I was ranked number 3. And first round, I made a draw, which was devastating. Of course, I cried because, as we already know, I used to cry a lot after the chess games and before. But that first round draw, even after I was the favorite in rating, gave me the confidence to sort of, okay, no more emotions, no more nerves of I'm the favorite. I left that behind, and I was focusing on chess. And I was thinking, okay, let's show the best chess that I have. I was playing for the attacks a lot when I was 9, so I was just, okay, let's attack every game, see what happens. But I sort of lost this kind of thoughts thinking about the result. And that was
so for you it was beneficial.
Yeah, it's sort
and
of.
What happened?
I won the championship. Yeah,
we're really proud of you.
I won first place, and that was my first national title. And it started out as a draw in the first round, and yeah, that's why I mentioned the story, because first rounds you can slip, but maybe it's a sign that you adopt a new mindset. Because my initial mindset was, oh, I'm afraid of the result. Let's just try to beat the opponent as quickly as we can, and some sort of superficial thoughts. But then
So one of the main takeaways, and I think this is really important for everyone watching, is that focusing on the result is not always beneficial, and it's not going to always reap the best results. But sometimes focusing on what you actually like doing or love doing, in your case playing chess, we all know that.
Yeah. You can see it on my t-shirt. I have a chess t-shirt.
Wow. We were
Yeah,
kind of a match.
Yeah, matching. Okay.
We're
Also
actually.
chessboard. Sorry, I didn't notice that. Yeah, it's a chessboard.
We
yeah.
talked before the game.
Yeah,
We
yeah, we're
actually kind
matching.
of on purpose. So let us know how you want for us to match in terms of outfits.
Yeah, I have a lot of
Next
shirts.
days.
And I just need an ironing board, and I'm set for many outfits during this event. So
We're deviating a bit from the subject, but just to wrap this up, I think this is a great story and something really valuable, especially for youngsters to learn when they are having a bad result, especially during the first matches.
yeah, as you said, a tournament regarding the mindset is about many days. You're here for a week, for 9 days, and you need to keep up the pace and try to, even if it again sounds corny, never give up. There are still opportunities. If I were to give up after the first round, I would never be like national champion, and no story here. Maybe I wouldn't be here. I would just give up chess, and then
You would be where in?
I did.
Thank you so
no,
much.
probably I was, a DJ. That was the
DJ
career
in Ibiza.
I wanted to have if I wasn't a chess player. Okay, so back to the chess. Enough DJing. Let's go here. Black, as we said, it's favorite, and we were talking about how he's trying to break through. But in this position, it's just normal stuff. Queen's Gambit, Carlsbad
Playable.
structure.
One of my faves.
What, you like the Carlsbad?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I found it quite difficult to understand sometimes, but now it's clear to me there are two plans in the Carlsbad with white. You either go minority attack or you're trying to strike in the center. Here striking in the center might be a bit too early because, okay, let's say they go h5, e4. I don't think you're that prepared. There are some maybe tactical tricks with knight c5, taking advantage of this pin. Okay, the bar doesn't like this, but I was just trying to show the pin. The thing is, in the Carlsbad structure, you need to make sure you're really ready to strike with e4. Sometimes black has tricks.
And sometimes minority attack, which I'm a fan of, maybe not in this position particularly, but...
Yeah, we're talking about just jumping with the pawns on the pin side, trying to weaken this pawn chain. Yeah, sometimes it's the best strategy, but now we've seen that white pieces are directed towards the center attack, so delaying the minority and going all the way in for the center. And black is just adopting a waiting game. Actually, there's no idea for black actively. If you go c5, you're weakening this pawn, even if you're gaining some dynamical ideas. This weakness will hurt you long term, so you cannot afford to do that. And black is just mainly waiting for white to strike and then see what kind of approach they want to take. Okay, cool stuff already. Carlsbad structure, classical
strategy, playable.
Yeah, playable.
Long game, playing the long con here. We're talking about endurance, and let's see along the way where maybe some mistakes are being made as well. Definitely we moved a long way from pure tactics to more and more strategy and more complex openings as well. This is what I'm expecting to see later on.
Yeah, we're already under 12, but we're seeing different openings, different approaches. And here we have Buska Jiri against Alexienko Mikhail.
Board number 5.
Board number 5, okay.
Open
Caro-Kann.
under 12.
Let's see how white is handling this Caro-Kann. Okay. Okay, a4. Just a quick mention of these kind of moves. They got really popular in the chess world with the appearance of this new AI engines like Lila, Google's DeepMind Alpha 0, and there was a good book by Natasha Stewart, I believe, or something. The book is called Game Changer, and they introduced this thing where you can push the pawns on the lateral side of the board, and you can gain space advantage, and a lot of people started doing that because of that book called Game Changer by actually Matthew Sadler. Now I remember. Really good book. Go here. Oh, okay, but white pushed a lot of pawns here. I wasn't expecting that. Usually in the Caro-Kann you don't go that wild with the pawn structure, but it's a strategy. Going here.
No one said it's a good one.
Yeah, it's
but
a strategy.
It is.
the thing with pawns is they don't go backwards. So once you start pushing them, maybe it's fun at first, but you're leaving behind some squares, some weaknesses. So you need to be careful whenever you're pushing these pawns. But now it feels like the right timing has appeared for white. The black has to go with the knight back, and yeah, the computer is suggesting g4. So that's moving almost all the pawns, and from afar you could say, okay, that's not how chess works. But yeah, with
new chess, I would say, works exactly
yeah,
like that.
That's what we learned recently, that you can actually push all the pawns, and the main advantage behind that is space. And we can see that black is struggling to find any move, while white can just go with a king, slowly improving, has a lot of options, and yeah, the space advantages
might be the winning strategy, actually.
Yeah,
and this is something that I've seen in new chess quite a lot.
Playing with space advantage is not something that was so popular with us growing up. For example, I was playing French a lot as black, and I said, okay, I'll be fine, I'll get back the space. But now, at highest levels, it's not even acceptable to play an opening like the French, losing
like
the...
Pirc. Something that I used to play sometimes, yes.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite of gaining a lot of space.
Yeah, you give up space trying to play for tricks, but yeah, in modern chess, in high-level chess, when you're playing against the computer, you just stand no chance when you're losing the space advantage.
We're going to come back after a very short break with under 14, 16, and 18, so please stay tuned.
Thank you. we are back with under 14. We've seen so far under 12, under 10, under 8. We saw a bunch of concepts, some chess, some tactics, some strategy. Queens were off the board, checkmate was delivered.
In 10 moves.
In 10 moves. Super early, but still interesting and educational. But now we're moving on to under 14, where we have Andrei Shlea playing against Shatil Orr.
So we're starting with under 14 women.
Girls. First board. Let's see, we get a Caro-Kann, really popular today, and with a C5 variation. So just a brief second, this is called the advanced variation. White is gaining space, pushing the pawn in the middle. And we've seen earlier bishop f5, which is the optimal approach. You get this bishop out from c8, and then you start pushing your pawns to damage white's pawn structure. c5 is the second move. It's a variation that was made popular by English Grandmaster Keith Arkle. He had some really nice games and was one of the first to employ this variation. And now white has developed knight and strikes early in the center with c4. Okay, I'm not that familiar with this, but let's see. Okay, we get a trade. The queen is attacking the bishop and the pawn. Probably goes a5 and a smart pawn sacrifice. That's probably a poison pawn. Bishop d7. You get a queen trapped on e7, and then I can sort of start developing my other pieces, and this position is good for black because this queen will be stuck. So that's a really nice concept. Whenever you can grab a pawn, especially with a queen in the opening, might be harmful. Your queen might be stuck there and you're losing too many options of development just for a pawn. So definitely don't try this at home, going for early pawns. Okay, and now a slight tactic to swap the queens off. The knight is pinned, the queen takes the bishop, and then the queen is traded. And yeah, interesting pawn structure. We've seen many pawn structures today. This one in particular is interesting because even though black's pawns are damaged, this file is open and this a2 pawn is weak. So there are some slight compensations for this damaging pawn structure. But to mention, the biggest point of the position is the bishop pair. These bishops will probably cooperate well against the white's pawns. And yeah, black goes for the optimal strategy, which is swapping one of the bishops and remaining with the rooks and the knight. And now it's not really a theoretical endgame. We don't know by the book what's going to happen here, but it feels like black's rook is trapped, and black is trying to escape from it, but also white has good chances to come with the king in the middle and just play around that rook. So
also the d pawn is probably going to be very problematic.
Yeah, it's a huge asset for black, this d pawn.
For white.
Yeah, okay, for white, sorry. And yeah, we're gonna see probably c3 is threatened at some point for some knight b2 and c3 tactic. And yeah, white goes king c2, and if you decide to take this pawn, you're just gonna run out into rook f1, which is a pin, and you lose the knight. So be careful when trying to grab pawns, especially when your king and knight are on the same file.
Another life story, not everything that's free, it's worth it.
Yeah, don't go. Anything that sounds too good to be true, like this pawn on f2, might
possibly is.
Yeah, possibly is, but sometimes you might get trapped for going with the pawns. Okay, and this endgame will be played for a while now. Black is slightly ahead, coming with the king in the center, and we're gonna see how this is gonna turn out later on. But now we can move on to board number 2.
Also, just a small disclaimer, Orr Shatil is #1's favorite. She's playing with black in the match that we just saw.
Yeah.
In the game, actually.
Now we're moving on to board number 2, girls under 14. We have
Lily Toth playing with white against Tekla Koguashvili.
With the black pieces from Georgia. Okay, we're going for a Queen's Gambit declined. Interesting pawn structure choice. These pawns are doubled, so according to old theory, that would be a mistake by white. but the fact that you're getting this e5 square is good compensation for the double pawns. So it's roughly balanced. Okay, queen d2, short castle, go with the rook on e1, knight goes on e5, oh, knight back on e7. Yeah, usually you'd like to go the other way, to swap this knight, but also rerouting the knight to f5, attacking d4 is a decent strategy. Okay, bishop e2, bishop g4. Okay, this is going nowhere with the bishop on g4. There are no threats. I don't see really the point. Maybe f5 is the point.
Maybe.
I wouldn't really go. The thing with bishops is they're long-range pieces, so you can put it on d3 and attack h7 potentially from a distance. You don't have to go like so close to the weakness on g4. Okay, and white goes b6, so the bishop goes on b7. So move 15, still the pieces haven't been developed yet, and the pawn structure is a bit asymmetrical with these double pawns. So roughly equal, playable, as we like to say here. And yeah, we'll see which way the game goes, because until now there wasn't a clear plan for either colors. And yeah, we can go to board 3 actually.
And talking about plans, just very shortly, I think this is something that I've heard the most from my coach when I was very, very young, that you cannot win a game without having a plan. Is it something that you heard as well, or is it something that...
I know there was an old saying that went like, the worst plan is better than no plan. So even if you have like an idea that's not maybe the best, if you still follow through, you might find out things about the position. So the worst plan is still better than no plan, which would be just playing randomly, not connecting your ideas and going just random. And okay, we can draw a parallel to life, even
dropping a lot of life wisdom today. Maybe we should put a booklet together.
Motivational speaker, Joe.
Exactly, exactly. You never know what career path we might take after this. But let's go back to chess for a bit.
Okay, going back to chess with the London system. That's when I'm happy, when I'm seeing a London system on the board, played by Ben Gerter Anna against the favorite Kirtadze Anastasia. Okay, the London system, we all know it. It's been the most popular opening in the recent years. It's common because white has clear moves, like a setup. You just make the same moves regardless of what black is doing, and then you just start from there. Okay, the classic plan would be to go knight e5, drop the bishop back and play f4, but rook e1, going for the center is still valid. Knight goes e4, which is really good for white. Stop this bishop from attacking h7 and coming with f5 to support the knight. That's one of the best approaches against London. Okay, and f5. And black has comfortably equalized and striking for more maybe with g5. As the center is closed, there are valid ideas to just go with the pawns. Even though the king is on g8, we might say that it's an exception. In this case, you can start pushing the pawns in front of your own king because there are enough pieces to defend it. And you can comfortably hide on h8, go rook g8, and maybe open a file to attack white's king. So there are cases where you can attack the king even when castling is made in the same side. We saw earlier today opposite side castling. That's a different story. It's easier to attack there, but you can also try it with same side castling.
What is white's? What did white play?
Yeah, white played bishop. Queen to d1, going back to d1. That's sort of normal because the queen on b1 has made its task here, attacking e4, and you realize you never want to trade here. Not only you lose the bishop, but you also open up a dangerous file for black to use against your king. So that's a good approach sometimes when you're going for a plan and you realize, okay, my pieces are not longer serving that plan that was attacking e4 square. Now you can go back and use your queen for other ideas, which might include jumping on e5 and hopefully getting the queen on h5, hinting at some kingside attacks. And g5, sort of we predicted this attack
Definitely,
because
yeah.
it's thematical. We've seen this in many openings, and a brave approach by Kirdatse with the black pieces. Queen e8, knight e5, bishop f6, trades. Okay, a series of trades, and now all of a sudden the position looks different from a few moves ago. A few moves ago, everything looked stable and a bit maybe mysterious, but now that the pieces are swapped, we see clearly that white has the better pawn structure, and this kingside expansion from black side looks a bit sort of out of place here, because you're never going to go g4.
Exactly, and there's not that many pieces supporting the attack, at least not yet.
Yeah, true. So not that many pieces. The knights are off, so no knight jumps, no surprises, and just with the bishops left, we're gonna see how the weaknesses will. Ooh, f4. That's interesting. So f4, still going for the attack. And remember, black is the one who's the rating favorite, so they might be thinking, okay, I need to risk something in order to get a full point. And by f4, one of the ideas is to potentially open up this diagonal at the right moment. This is encountered by bishop f3 right now, but at the right moment, opening up this battery with the bishop and the queen can be really beneficial. So okay, white goes bishop g4, attacking e6, and pawn to c4. Okay, interesting approach. The position has been closed now by this c4 move, and black is still dreaming of an attack, while white is trying to liquidate more pieces and say, okay, I know
because
the ending.
in an ending,
yes,
definitely there would be an advantage for white, given the structure of the pawns.
Double pawns, some weaknesses on e6 and e4, and we keep mentioning this strategy of if I were to go to an endgame, we know the result, because endgames in chess, they're not all solved, but we know how to navigate them. But the more pieces are on the board, the position gets more
predictable.
Yeah, they're more predictable, and it's not a sign of, let's say, cowardice to just go in an endgame. It's like the mathematical approach. I know how the endgame is going. I know it's easier to be solved. Let's steer the game.
Strategy.
Yeah, it's a great strategy, and it's employed by the greatest player of all time, Magnus Carlsen, who we know that once he goes into an endgame, there are not that many chances left for the opponent. So he showed us the way to actually enrich
and appreciate
a position that at first looks okay. Maybe it's simple, maybe it's not that interesting, but endgames have so many tactics behind them, and the complexity is definitely something that makes endgame play one of the most interesting parts of chess. Okay, now we can move on to the open section under 14. I believe we have already a win by the first favorite. He's from the Czech Republic, Finek Vaclav, played with a Romanian, Danila Tudor. Unfortunately, no underdog surprises, but let's see the game.
Not here, not yet. Still rooting. But yes, Tudor Gabriel Danila played with black against Václav Finek.
Okay, another type of Catalan. The bishop is out on the fianchetto, the kingside fianchetto. And
something that I want to point out is that Václav has an ELO of 2,414, and he's a FIDE master. Under 14 category, this is quite impressive.
Yeah, 2,400, you're already in the realm of international master level. You reach the threshold where you can already call yourself a professional chess player. And yeah, we see his approach to the game. It's really modern. This is sort of resembles a Grunwald defense, but with reverse colors. So definitely some high-level strategies. And okay, the bar really didn't like this bishop b3 move. It's not like you're losing material, but the fact that your light square bishop as black is gone, this bishop on g2 has just no opponent here, and it will just cruise over the board and probably control the game. Okay, it takes, queen trade, just queen h1, king h1, sorry, calm, composed. And once you start collecting the pawns, yeah, I don't really believe black has an attack. Black is definitely trying to get counterplay on the h file, but it feels like white's position. Oh, and the queen on d5, we can see the harmony in the position, and also the way that Vaclav is exploiting the light square advantage. As we mentioned, opposite colored bishops, and he's trying to attack only on light squares. And it's just destroying. And cool tactic. If you take this rook, it's not going to work out. Just queen f7 and checkmate will be delivered soon. Okay, and after this rook h5 move, black didn't really have much choice.
Not really.
King was in the middle. Oh, bishop b8. That's just trying to at least save that bishop, but okay. Once the king is in the open, there's not that many things
left to
say.
do.
Yeah. Okay, but great game by Vaclav, and yeah, we hope Tudor bounces back from this loss, and he played against a great player, so there's not that many things to...
It's only going up from here.
Yeah.
Only
he played the best player in the tournament according to ratings, so...
So Tudor, if you're seeing this, we believe in you.
Yeah, keep going and don't take this loss that it won't affect the rest of your tournament, I'm sure. Okay, moving to board number 2, we have, with white pieces from Armenia, have Antonian Alberto
playing another FIDE master.
Another FIDE master from Spain, Tabuenca Mendataurigoitia, Daniel. Okay, Tabuenca Daniel, hopefully has 2 names, and okay, another London system. This time a slightly different approach. Last time we saw the bishop was going to b7 early on, now this development is delayed. Okay, and he swapped these bishops. And also the bishop on e2 is not that common with the London. Usually you want to go like bishop d3, and when they want bishop d6, you go bishop g3, and once they take, you have this cool thing where your rook and bishop communicate and might start a potential attack. If white goes kingside castling, already g4 is dangerous, and you can start your attack. That's why many players love the London, because there are many ways of attacking the king early on. Okay, c4. White is liquidating quite a bit. Bishop b5, taking advantage of the pin. You cannot go with the pawn on e3 because you lose the queen. And now castle stakes. Okay, I like what white is doing, trying to exchange some pieces. I think, okay, it's not the most appreciated strategy, but sometimes when you're playing against a higher rated player, liquidating it's not the worst. Ooh. Rook d5?
Wait, it's
really?
getting hot in here.
Yeah,
the temperature just...
Yeah, the bar spotted the
bananas.
tactic, but I'm pretty sure this is not a position. Or is it? Okay, this rook e8 makes sense. The thing is, the logic behind it. Black wants to go bishop b7 to finish development, but said, okay, hold on. This pawn is going to be lost, so I cannot do that. Let's defend it first. But the fact that this bishop hasn't moved, we saw the rooks are not connecting, and rook d5, you cannot recapture because queen takes e8.
Exactly.
And maybe there's a tactic after bishop b7, but okay, the engine says rook c7, and even if you take this rook, there's queen g4. So maybe that's what they missed. They both missed the fact that after bishop b7, white can launch an attack on the king, and it's basically over. Okay, that's an interesting aspect, because sometimes it happens when you're playing against a higher rated player and he's setting up a trap like this. Okay, I cannot take on d5 because of bishop b7. You tend to believe it. You said, okay, he's the higher rated player, he's the boss. He might know more.
Exactly.
But actually, you need to always challenge your opponent's assumption. You cannot believe it. You have to calculate.
And maybe your own assumptions.
Yeah, of course.
Of the other player being right just because he's higher rated.
Okay, but after b5 here, still rook d5, but doesn't have the same impact because now the knight is lost. Okay, so definitely dodging a bullet for Tabuenca here. He probably saw it after the move. Is that kind of tactic that you miss if you made your move really fast? Yeah, let's see how many minutes were spent here. I'm curious to see if rook e8 was just... okay, he spent around 8 minutes for it, so we cannot really blame the time management, but okay. These things happen even at 2374 elo. You can miss tactics, and yeah, the underdog had a great chance.
But maybe they still have, right?
Yeah, the position was not that clear. It wasn't such a big advantage as with rook d5 first, but it was still manageable.
Let's see table 3, where we have Pavel Sovinsky Number 3 in the tournament, another FIDE Master, 2,364 rating. Again, impressive, playing against Yehonatan Azulay from Israel.
From Israel, and board number 3 is that? Or,
Yes,
yeah.
board number 3.
Okay.
Under 14, we're still open under 14. We're going to move on after that to under 16. Let's see what was played.
Yeah, it was a Sicilian, the dragon variation. As we know, the Sicilian has many variations. Yeah, the dragon is one of the most aggressive approach. And the way white handled this was moving the pawn to c4 first before moving the knight on c3. And this is called the Maroczy bind, where you want to gain space and play a more slow game against this this dragon. Okay, they made an early trade. And here, yeah, it's just mainline theory. White is trying to gain a bunch of squares. This knight on a4 will probably be rerouted because did its job there. Knight c3 back. And the position is roughly equal. White has a bit more space, but nothing to really worry black that much. Bunch of maneuvering. Okay, queen f8, that's interesting idea. Probably wanting some bishop h6 at some point, or maybe just pawn h6. Okay, he goes h5, alpha 0 style. And knight d4, rook c2, queen e1. Okay, a lot of maneuvers, but here, interesting decision. Black offered the trade, and white refused based on the fact that more space gives up more maneuvering space, so you don't really want to trade pieces. Okay, e5 takes, f5. Okay, now the nature of the pawn structure has changed a bit. The position opened up. And after all these trades, this king is a little bit unprotected here, so white might take advantage of that. The bishop is on d5. Such a great bishop, controlling both sides of the board and showing what impact had the swap of the black's bishop. He made a trade, I believe, around here. He decided to swap this knight for doubling the pawns, but yeah, this decision backfired a little bit. Okay, bishop g1, and yeah, white is in control. Bishop pair, good position. Black still has some counterplay on the g5, so it's definitely not over, but we can assume that white is better here.
Playable,
but better.
more comfortable played by white, I would say.
Yeah, more comfortable and the better prospects because of the things we just mentioned. Okay.
Let's move on to under 16. We go with girls under 16.
Okay, we have, I have here Humbatova Nazli.
I am so on it. So exactly on table number 1, we have Nazli Humbatova from Azerbaijan, again, playing against number 1 from this competition, Shipke Manon, woman FIDE Master from France, with a rating of 2,173, playing with black.
Okay, she went for this Sveshnikov variation, which is one of the best approaches for Sicilian nowadays. Okay, and this is Zoll theory, fairly mainstream, h6. Oh, really nice touch here. A pawn sacrifice motivated by the fact that you want to open up your bishop. You're not going to see the benefits of this pawn sack right away, but on the long term, opening up the bishop was more important than just a pawn for Shipke, so interesting decision. We went on this a quick trade, and now, okay, another pawn sacrifice, but this time it was clearly justified by the fact that the king is in the middle, so king attack will launch soon, rook b2, and this king is on d3, wow.
Wow.
Traveling king to d3, and it feels like, according to the board, there's no solution.
With queens on the table.
Yeah, with queen
on
the board, it's crazy to go like this, but it feels like there's no real
threat.
Yeah, no real threat, and
not a lot of pieces to have a sustained maybe attack.
This knight on d5, as we know in the Sicilian, the d5 square is the key to everything around the Sicilian, and having a knight on d5 with nobody challenging it, no pawn, no bishop, no knight, is showing that it's not only good for attacking, but also provides good shelter for the king. And I'm definitely surprised. I haven't seen that many positions where the king is on d3 in the open, your opponent has the rook on your second file, and the evaluation is, okay, it's equal.
It's playable.
It's playable, yeah. But the problem is, the main problem here, is that black cannot really bring more attackers into the game. As we know from Kasparov, he mentioned this rule that you can checkmate your opponent only if you have an addition of 2 attackers when you're comparing attackers and defenders. And here, black is attacking with only 1 piece, while white is defending with a knight, the queen is here defending, and both rooks can jump in with the defense. So the balance between attackers and defenders is definitely in white's favor. So that's why we're not going to see a checkmate. And I think this surprised Shipke as well, because when you're envisioning this position and you're trying to evaluate it, you're going to say, okay, the king is on d3, this is going to be checkmate sooner or later, but yeah, surprising. And here Humbatova has a chance to strike back, just simply going with the rook on the f-file. Black has to trade, and you're just going to play with this knight here, and also you get another huge asset, this c-pawn. Once this pawn goes to c7, it's
really problematic.
One square away from promoting, and yeah, really unusual. The king is safe actually, and you can just start rolling the pawn.
What do you think will happen?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe Humbatova will be maybe nervous, thinking, okay, I'm playing against the top seed, this is my chance now. So if she manages to control these normal thoughts when you're playing a high-rated player, I think there's not that much room for error for white. Even if you, let's say, swap the queens by any chance, your knight and pawn are still worth the 2 points that you're losing on the way. So it's, I don't see a way for white to really go wrong here.
Let's not forget that we play on time
and
with time, and this might be a very interesting combination when it comes to prices.
You're right, I forgot about it. We don't have all the time in the world. There's 90 minutes for 40 moves, and I believe they have an additional 15 minutes for the remaining of the game. So now white has 12 more minutes to make around 15 moves, which is definitely under a minute for each move. This will play a role. You're right, I forgot about the time situation. I was just focusing on the board. But actually, time management is sometimes even more important than what's happening on the board. It can be crucial. Yeah, it can be crucial. When people think of chess, they only think of, okay, there's pawns, knights, there are pieces, there's the board, but the time is such a huge factor when you're talking about competitive chess. And we've seen actually, okay, another name drop here, but Nakamura has shown us that sometimes you can even make chess mistakes, but as long as you play really fast, your opponent will get in time trouble, and the pressure will get your opponent, and you can strike back just by playing with this time advantage. So yeah, I'm actually curious. This is the first game where it's not that clear where it's heading, and
on the first table, on table number 1.
Yeah, on table number 1. Usually we had huge differences on the first table for this first round. Okay, we're moving on to board number 2, where we have Kochavi Dana against Kovac Veronica, and we're gonna see a Caro-Kann, the 2 knights variation. White is gaining the space, slow development, and this early queen development attacking g7 is actually forcing black to move the pawn on g6, and wow, actually an aggressive approach by white. She made this bishop h6 move, trying to get to g7. Black was forced to move the rook, and now you lost your right to castling, and it's going to be difficult to navigate this, because I don't really believe queenside castling is a good option. So you might get your king in the center. Although black went for this queen trade, immediate queen trade, which is a sign of good understanding of the chess principles. Once you are not really sure what your king is going to do, swapping the queens off the board will solve this issue. Because we know in the end game the king is okay in the center. There's no checkmate threat, so an end game is something you can go for in this situation. Okay, now they're playing balanced pawn structure position, but white has the bishop pair. Okay, classical bishop against knight struggle. if white manages to open the position, it's going to be decisive, but for now it's equal. Wow, even knight b6 going for knight c4 or knight a4 shows that locally the knight can be better than the bishop, but only when we're talking long range distance the bishop is better. But here we see that black's pawns are all on the white on light squares.
Exactly.
They're all defended, so there's not much you can do with the bishop. Oh, but this game I actually like, because we see a not so typical bishop against knight fight. We usually know that the bishop is better, but here the knight is holding on, and we don't see any clear signs that the lower rated player played any worse.
Not at all.
Level game. And
so the lower rated player in this case is Kovács Veronika from Hungary. She's rated 1780 or 1780, and she is playing with black.
Yeah, she's playing with black against the women FIDE master Kochavi Dana, rated 2130, and yeah, the game was really balanced.
Really balanced.
Okay, only the beginning of the game we saw white showing some better understanding of the theory, but once the queens were off the board, there weren't that many differences.
Is this the current position? That was the current position,
yeah,
right?
that was the current position, and yeah, white is thinking, trying to open up, but there are no pawn breaks.
Exactly.
You can go c4, but then you might be in trouble with this b pawn. There's not that many ideas. Maybe transferring your rook at some point. Okay, not right now, but in the future, trying to attack these pawns. But yeah, we might see a draw. I would predict a draw here.
We might see, and I'm curious in these cases, you know what happens sometimes is that the better rated opponent tends to maybe
keep pushing,
push
and
until they make a exactly, until they might make a mistake. And I'm curious if this is going to be such a case or not, but we're going to see the results by tomorrow morning. Let's go with the third board, where we have Beata Havelkova
against Sala Giulia.
Sala Giulia, favorite number 3 in this competition, coming from Italy, women FIDE master with a rating of 2110.
Okay, and here we go. Long time no Alapin. Here is the yeah. I just had a student who was struggling with the Alapin just a week before this tournament, and my whole week was trying to come up with ideas against the Alapin. And the thing is, why people sort of don't really like this approach against the Sicilian, a lot of the positions tend to be a bit dry, a bit drawish, so you're not going to the big complications of the Sicilian, but you're usually going for this Isolani pawn structure where the play is not so typical. Oh, bishop d3, this is strategical mistake. My alarm went off because you're not supposed to swap pieces when you're playing with Isolani. So yeah, maybe for people at home it doesn't seem such a big mistake. The bar just dropped a bit, but these things add up. You make some small mistake here, later on maybe you're swapping another piece and you end up in a losing endgame. That's what happens a lot.
That's another great life lesson.
Yeah, small
you might
things,
think about it.
Yeah, small things add up, both positively and negatively. Even with chess, when you're gaining space, for example, you gain some square here, some square here, but 10 moves later you gain half of the board. And this good habits, they just add up. Same with bad decisions. Okay, knight b4. This is good approach by black, trying to activate their pieces. Okay, knight back, rook d8, and now it's just a pawn up. There was this tactical thing where black won a pawn, and yeah, we're going into an endgame where a pawn up is enough for black.
Be enough
yeah,
for
it's enough because there's no counterplay, no compensation for white, and it's just white is entering on the c file fairly easy. But okay, you still need to show some technique. It's not over, but yeah, besides the classical strategy of trading, you can focus on the pawns on the king side, on the queen side, sorry, just picking them up and slowly trying to push them. We know in the end game a passed pawn is might be worth a whole queen in here, so once you get your pawns rolling, it's decisive. And now we're going to the last category.
Almost. We still have the
We
open
have
under
open. Okay,
16.
Sorry, I went too fast there. Let's go with the open under 16. We have
On the first table, we have
Derisi.
Axel Buk Valoy from Norway.
Okay.
He's #1 rated under 16 with a great rating of 2,469. He's a FIDE master. He plays against Dries Elias from Belgium.
Okay, so big rating difference.
Very
we have
big.
an international master playing with the black piece. Let's see the approach. We have the Catalan as well. Let's see. I'm actually curious to see how black. Okay, and goes for the bishop before line. Okay, this is known to be a really good approach against the Catalan when you're trying to hold on to the pawn and prove to white that their space advantage is not worth whole pawn. Ooh, nice tactic. The b pawn is pinned. It might seem like, okay, it's not that much to pick up the c4 pawn, but the fact is later on you can win more than just a pawn. All these pawns might drop in the endgame. So knight c4 is actually a good move, and black strikes back with bishop e4, but I believe this is in the realm of theory. I got really excited, but then I remember there are actually some games here, so they were probably familiar with this from their home preparation. Okay, bishop g5, another trick. If you capture it, then your rook is hanging. So already we see a heavy tactical game, already smart tricks here. Queen c8, a5. Oh, both players are playing really well. The fact that he retreated on c1 might seem like a mistake, but the fact that you can reroute to a3, it's actually really, really creative. And rook a4. Wow, I'm already learning new things.
You're really impressed, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it and I say, okay, this is some good chess. And that's what we're here to see. Good chess, interesting ideas. Started off as a Catalan. We see that the bishop is no longer gone, which means that the king is slightly under trouble, but okay, the queen can already retreat here, so this will be safe. There are not that many pawns left. The position is equal according to the eval bar, but yeah, in the long term, I think that this knight on d5 might work well against this bishop, because we know that a bishop that strikes against its own pawns, it's considered to be a bad bishop, and this knight has a good outpost on d5. So I tend to believe that black has better prospects, but we might also predict that this a5 pawn will be really, really important and might be dangerous for white.
Dangerous, exactly.
So balance. We're already talking about a balanced position when anything can happen, but we're sort of counting on this experience of a player with the black pieces. Having the international master title means you
FIDE master, but still.
Yeah, means you're really knowledgeable, and
Exactly.
he probably not still in theory, but he knows something about this position. He probably studied it at home, and he knows how to navigate this type of pawn structure. While white is having some time trouble issues, as you mentioned earlier, we're playing against the clock. He only has 6 more minutes.
Oof.
For around 17 moves. This is gonna be in the blitz realm of decision making. You need to make your decision fast, and I think not that many easy decisions here for white. So
a lot of pressure with
and
with time, because we're entering, I think, our number 4 in a bit. So we started 3.5 hours ago. I still see a lot of images from
a lot of
the
people
playroom.
playing,
There's
and
still a lot of playing going on.
feels like it's open 12 from what I can see. So even this small exercise of having a chess game going up to 4 hours at this age, I think it's building some cognitive abilities. This ability to focus for
It definitely does. Playing for 4 or 5 hours, being able to focus on a position that is ever changing.
Yeah, it's
playing against the clock and the opponent.
It's definitely building up some good skills for life as well, especially in the age we are now when everything is so fast. You go on your phone and in an instant you can get access to unlimited entertainment. Having a chess game for 4 hours is impressive in my perspective. And
in mine as well. I think in everyone's, and we admire everyone that is playing here today, and obviously everyone who is a chess lover of any sort, of any category. Let's see what else we have, because it's very interesting. This under 16 Open already started really interesting. On the second board we have playing with white another FIDE master, Rayat Makar from France, 2451 ELO, playing against Ivano Sundak from Croatia.
Okay, he went for this modern opening with knight f3, c4. He didn't go for the main e4 and d4 moves that were really popular on the last decade, but he went for what I would call this trademark for Bogdan Deac. He used to play this knight f3, c4, e3, b3.
I love this one.
Yeah, he's slowly getting the grip on the position, and he's also waiting for the opponent to see what kind of pawn structure they want, trying to trick them with that. And we're slowly going into an Isolani pawn structure. Not really. They decided to make a trade, and now we have 2 pawns in the center, but the big thing is that this bishop on f3 is really powerful, while the light square bishop was swapped by black. So we're gonna see how white manages to use that. Okay. Oh, and this is a failed tactic. We need to mention this.
Let's see that.
Yeah, the thing is, what was black's reasoning? Okay, I have my rook, I have my bishop, there is some tension here, let's open up, sacrificing a knight, but this is really well protected, you cannot do that. And he went for bishop c5, which is a skewer. You attack the queen. Once the queen moves, you pick up the rook, and when you're doing the accounting, you lost 2 minor pieces for a rook, which we know that it's not a really favorable trade. We see also that this bishop is opening up. Even if you're a rook up against these 2 pieces, I think the cooperation between the queen, the knight, and the bishop will provide some good stuff for white.
Very interesting. Before moving any further,
we have a guest.
Yes, we have a very special guest. We're going to take just 2 minutes of break, and then we're going to come back with that.
Okay.
So we're just going.
Okay, we're here with a special guest, number 1 seed, under 16, from Norway, international master Kvaløy Axel. Hello Axel, thanks for joining us in the studio.
Thank you so much. How are you doing? How do you feel it's the first day of the European Youth Championship?
Yeah, of course, I'm a bit nervous as usual because it's European Championship. I mean, it's important, feels really important, especially with my previous experiences in the European Championship hasn't gone that well, so I really hope to prove myself here. But yeah, of course, it's wonderful city, and yeah, we're enjoying with the team our time here.
So you were here last year as well, right?
Yes.
How was it last year?
It was very nice, where I did quite well, even though I went a bit down in rating, but I think it's probably my best performance out of my championships.
Okay, very cool. So now you're first seed.
Yes.
You're maybe feeling the pressure, but what do you think has improved since last year? What have you changed? What have you brought new?
Okay, of course, we do get better always, but I think especially mentally I do have a bit more experience now with these championships and just how to handle the pressure a bit better.
This is a really interesting topic because we were discussing mentalities in these types of tournaments. What can you tell us about your mindset when it comes to such an important competition?
Often it is just to think that there are more important things, that like my life doesn't depend on it, to say it that way. So it's kind of just to avoid thinking about that it's a very big tournament and just try to play chess.
Enjoy chess.
Okay,
Yes.
great approach. One last question for me. I'm curious if you ever met Magnus. I know you're from Norway. Has he
Yes, I've met him a couple of times. I haven't played the rated long chess game against him, but I've played some games with this simultan chess against him. And also, I was on this Norwegian program once where I played against a quite bad chess player, and there he was gonna commentate this game. It was kind of a comedian show, but yeah, so I was playing against a comedian, and then he was commentating. So there I met him and talked with him a bit, but yeah, that's it.
What kind of aspect from his game inspires your game? Maybe his end game play, his novelties in the openings. What kind of things you're trying to take from him? Maybe his physical shape, his approach. He's always fit. He's exercising.
I don't really know. I quite like his approach of playing in the opening. Always try to surprise the opponent. I think that's a quite valuable aspect, especially now as computers are getting better. It's harder to get a position where you can just play.
That's true.
Great insight, and we wish you all the best, Axel. Thanks for joining us in the studio.
We hope we're going to have you back in the studio along this tournament. Definitely we're going to be watching, and best of luck.
Yes,
good luck.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are moving on to under 18.
Under 18, okay.
Girls, because this is the last
The
category.
last category we haven't checked. Okay, let's see. The games are probably close to finishing, and we're going for the first board. That's Cengel Edibe from Turkey against Pipiras Filipa from Portugal. Okay, that's another close Sicilian approach. The Isolani pawn structure, again this lone pawn. We'll see how this is getting handled, and an early queen trade, which is theoretically favorable for white. And we keep going. Some small tactics. The rook had to go on a3 to protect this knight. And here we're seeing that white is actually tricking the higher rated opponent with a series of trades where they ended up winning a pawn. So white is a pawn up, and just this knight on f7 is slightly trapped, and once you get it back into the game, the position is comfortable. Oh, another tactic. This bishop is undefended. You can do a discovery attack, taking with the rook. And here, yeah, the position slightly changed in a few moves. So we saw white managed to win a pawn, but black managed to give it back. And now these knights are not finding their way. They're supporting each other, but once one of the knight moves, the other one is lost. And we saw that with knight g7. And even if you manage to win the rook, two knights, they're not worth the rook in this position. And we're probably gonna see a win by black. Theoretically, it's winning, but there's still some chances with these pawns on the king side. We have 3 pawns against 1. White can develop a passed pawn, but interesting game. A sequence of tactics by both sides there decided this.
And quite a big elo difference. Something
big elo difference, yeah.
We might take into consideration as well. There's a time factor. There's the pressure. So quite interesting. Let's see what happens on the second.
Okay, in second board we have Ayan against Jacobian Ashtig. Don't know who's the rating favorite, but
White.
White
Ayan.
is the rating favorite.
Yes,
okay.
women FIDE master from Azerbaijan.
And we get the Berlin. It's the first one of today, one of the most respectable openings, going for this endgame, where black is trying to hold on to the bishop pair while having a slightly damaged pawn structure. This position has been highly analyzed, but these players are handling really well. White is gaining space, while black has finished development and slowly tries to push the pawns on the king side to start an attack over the h file. Wow, really clean game so far. Knight f4, rook h2, rook e1, and it feels like all of a sudden the bar is hinting us that something should happen. And it's probably f6, and if you just take just rook e8. And the fact is that your king in the middle, even though the queens are off, you might still be exposed to all types of discovered attacks. So interesting to see. It's not that often that your king is in trouble with the queens off the board, but still, knight e7 is a logical move. You're trying to bring your knight, attack this pinned piece, and yeah, the black side is the one with the lower rating, but also such a clean game. I mean, it felt like we're watching two grandmasters at work with this Berlin defense, and I don't see a way for white to actually get rid of this pin. The computer suggests king e4, which is a funny looking move. You're jumping with the king one more square towards the center, but yeah,
kind of hard to
think that a human can come up with this.
To think that exactly when you're at the board, again taking into consideration the time factor or factoring in the time.
4 minutes left for white. Tough spot for.
Also, she's the favorite in this game, so it might be some extra pressure on her shoulders.
Yeah, she might be thinking, I have to win this game, but the situation on the board is hinting at, okay, I might be fighting for a draw at best. So it's hard to switch this mentality from, okay, I have to win, to let's find the best outcome for forcing a draw, maybe.
Exactly.
And she went king e4, which is actually a good sign. Even though the position is bad, once you're starting to make good moves, you might get back into the game.
Another good life advice.
Yeah, even if you're in a down situation, keep doing the best you can, and maybe
you might turn this around. We're going to see tomorrow when we're going to go through the results, because I'm sure we already had some surprises. I'm sure we might have some more. And when it comes to favorites or first boards, it's always interesting to see how they start the competition. So maybe let's go to board number 3, and then we move on to the last category, under 18 open.
Okay, here we have Popovic Matea against Vicar Martina. Okay, it started off with d4, knight f6, and the Bogo Indian. Really common stuff. Takes. Pawn structure that resembles the Sicilian, but it's not quite Sicilian yet because the pawn is not on e4. Okay, black goes for d5, fighting for the center, going here. Some normal play. Let's see where the critical moment was. Until now, everything is balanced. they take. Okay, maneuvering, still balanced. Okay, and black managed to penetrate on the second file, which means that some kingside ideas like queen h4, queen f6 are starting to pop up. Bishop d5 with a trade, rook d8, pawn to e4. Okay, and a bunch of trades, and now we're in a simple position. Pawns are equal.
Playable.
Playable, but at the same time, we know that this is equal. We know that it might be a draw, but from a human perspective, white has a bigger asset, which is the d5 pawn, already a passed pawn, which might turn into a queen.
And the favorite in this game is actually playing with black. So I'm very curious to see how this might come into play.
Again, you mentioned earlier a really well observed thing that as a favorite, we need to take these things into account. Your mindset is, okay, I need to win. And I need to win also translates in I need to risk more. And as you're taking more risks, the underdog has more possibilities. And especially in that position we just saw, there are not that many things where the underdog can go wrong. And if you risk too much, you're not only going away from the win, you might even lose. So a lot of these decisions are hard to make by the higher rated seed. Should I risk it all? Should I go for the draw? And let's see what happened. d6, okay, this is, wow, this is interesting. So swapping this d pawn for this e pawn, going for a trade, it's not something that works out well for white, because now there's a discovered attack. You need to move where your queen and you're losing a pawn. Okay, so this situation changed dramatically.
Exactly.
In only a few moves.
We gave this big speech.
Yeah, we hyped this position up.
You know what?
But it happens.
Everything, exactly. Everything can change if you're making a bad move. You can have the best play if you're making a bad move.
The nature of this game, the chess game, is just waiting for a mistake. Once a mistake happens, and the one who's paying more attention, looking for the right resources, it just turns around in one move. And we need to mention these players are here for 3, 4, 5 hours, and it can all slip in one move. And that's why chess is so complex.
And beautiful.
And beautiful, painful at the same time, but that's why we love it. Because there are so many things happening during a game. Okay, g4.
Wow.
g4 is... okay, and the thing was, wow, rook e1. That's really nice. That's a checkmate pattern that I haven't seen in a while. You sacrifice your rook.
Exactly.
And yeah, you're just gonna get checkmated here by forced with, oops, go here. And checkmate. And that's good. Okay, my calculation wasn't good. There was queen f6, but you get the point. There's checkmate. Okay, good. Black missed this opportunity, but the thing is, the position was still good. Is still good. Pawn up. And do we move on to the open section?
We do move on. It's the last section for today. So what we did today, we gave you a bit of an intro and a glimpse into the first 3 to 5 boards in every category. There's quite a lot of them. So I hope we provided you with more insight and a bit of entertainment.
Hopefully.
And some beautiful chess, because we've seen a lot of variations, a lot of openings, good tactics, really interesting strategies. So there was a mix of everything, and this is what we hope to bring to you every single day here from the European Youth Championship.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better. Thank you, Maria. These were really beautiful words that describe what we're trying to do here, and hopefully you guys at home, you can message us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, tell us
what more life lessons you want to hear from us, because I don't know how, but we were full of wisdom today.
Yeah, we're dropping wisdom nuggets, and I was really fortunate to hear some of them. And yeah, if you want us to watch a particular player, or you have any chess questions, anything, you can write us and we can make it as interactive as we can. The production team here is great. We get all of your messages, so yeah, let's make this as interactive as we can. Yeah, another Sicilian. Here we have Elham against Paichin Lav. Elham is the only 2,500 player here, so we're already talking grandmaster level, the highest title in chess, and we see he grabbed a pawn, but he lost the bishop pair, and usually this kind of trade is favorable for the bishop pair. But let's see, okay, a bunch of trades, and yeah, it's always interesting to me how the material is up for white, but the fact that the bishop pair is on the board makes it enough for equality. And another rule that we're dropping here in endgames, it's better for the lower side to swap as many pawns as they can. Once the pawns are off the board, there are fewer possibilities for a win. And here we see actually this strategy coming into place. This h pawn was present, swapping all the pawns, and now e5, playing exactly by the book. And now that the pawns were swapped, it's easier for black to navigate this this material disadvantage that they have. Okay, bishop a5, and here we have the mistake. As we said, chess is waiting for any mistake, and here the concept is that you don't want to lose this bishop. You want to drop it back, make it passive for a few moves, but keep it on the board for the long run. Once it's out, you might suffer. And here it's interesting to see this opposite parallel bishop. I think once this knight is on d5, bishop comes into play. I think it's going to be tough.
Very rough and uncomfortable for black.
Tough for black to navigate. And this bishop on d8 is just a spectator for now. Okay, cool stuff. So just, okay, b4 was a slight inaccuracy, but going with the knight on f3 just lets the king in, and okay, king b5, I'm surprised this wasn't played, but king d3 is good as well, dropping back, and yeah, now is clear to us that the white is going to win because the king is just going to invade.
Never clear, but you know, chances are.
It's more,
as much as we can predict.
Yeah, chess is definitely unpredictable. It's never 100% clear, even though the eval bar is saying that white is in the winning range. But yeah, definitely interesting to see that endgame, how it's going to develop. And
we have two more games that we want to show you before, well, calling it a day. It's only the first day. You're going to be here with us until the 14th. So we have a lot of time and a lot of interesting games, stories, and interviews to show you guys. And again, we're very happy to have you here with us. On the second board, we have Open 18, we have Brian Benedict playing with white against Emin Ohanyan
from Armenia.
Yes, favorite number 2 in this
Another
Open.
Catalan. We're already used to this. The Catalan has been played a lot today. A different kind of approach by the Armenian player. There are many ways to play against the Catalan. And here, black managed to get their pawn, and white will have the good pawn center, but I think it's not going to be enough for compensation. Okay, really interesting stuff. This knight on a5, you might say it's on the edge of the board, but also can always jump on c6 or even go back to b3. So it's okay, rook a1, knight c6. Really nice to see these knights in action. Knight back to a5. Okay, we saw a trade of pawns, and now, okay, once the pieces are starting to fall off, black is a pawn up and comfortably better. And now, white is trying to come up with something tactical, but otherwise, you just lose this pawn on e4. But I think black did a great job of. This is how you want to play against the Catalan in general. You want to take that pawn and try to make as many trades as possible without making big strategical concessions along the way. And he did exactly that, and he's slightly better. He's not winning, but
not yet.
Not yet, but a good job. He's on the trend of the game is favorable for black, I would say.
One last
and one last game
for today.
We have
board number 3.
Board number 3. Let's find that.
If you have board number 8, would be great as well, or 7.
Okay,
we have some Romanian players here. We have Antar Hunol Zoltan.
And
we have,
Nedelcu, yeah,
exactly.
we can
We
watch
have
that.
Teodor Voicu, we have Teodor Nedelcu. It would be great to finish off
with
today
Romanians.
with
Yeah, sure. Okay, we're watching right
Romanian
now
player.
Join Augustin against Stefanos Magalakis. That's board number 3. Let's see this Rui Lopez. Sort of regular stuff. Pawn to d5, swap. Okay, white is definitely ahead in development. And the better pawn structure. Oh, so nice. Maneuvering the knight just to let this rook out in the open. And now a small tactic, and yeah, white is just invading with the rooks, and yeah, we can see there's total dominance, better pieces for white, and this game soon ended with a back rank trick. You cannot really take this rook because of checkmate. And yeah, bishop e6.
Sweet.
Yeah, sweet, and you're just winning material, and black resigned soon after making one final threat of checking on a1, but white said, okay, it's enough for me to play h3, defend everything, and black resigned. Okay, interesting game, clean by Join Augustin. And we
favorite number 3.
Favorite number 3, and here we're going to watch a couple of Romanians in
Let's
action.
see one more.
We have Voicu Teodor, who made a slight upset. He's rated 2162 and won against Davtyan Arsen, a FIDE master with 2400 rating.
Wow, and
with the London. That's
Arsen Davtyan is number 8, rated number 8.
Rated number 8.
Favorite. So already a surprise. I'm here for it.
Yeah, we have the London, the Bishop G4 line, not that common, but yeah, Voicu is definitely in theory here. 95 takes. Okay, nothing crazy is happening right now. I'm curious to see
where things went.
Yeah, black decided
south
to take.
For black.
Yeah, it looks okay for black, but something should happen at some point. C5, doubling the rooks, F4. Okay, there are opposite color bishops. Something might happen on F7, for example. But
Might be.
I don't really see it. Some maneuvering, and
here.
F5 is decisive.
I think before F5. What happened?
Yeah, he just
no, F5 might have been.
Yeah, the thing is, he was meant to keep the rooks on the e file, and he tried to switch. Maybe was thinking of some trick, but after F5, I'm just rolling. Oh, wow. F6 is nice, and it's motivated by rook takes d4. Oh, okay, and it cannot take because that's close to checkmate. You just have to block with the rook, but
it is.
I can handle that. Wow.
Very nice.
That's good. Good stuff by
Romanian underdog.
Yeah, that's
ticks off
all the
everything
boxes.
that
But
I hoped for.
Really good game, and it wasn't
last
that
game.
typical thing that we see in the London. It was a bit up and down. White lost the initiative after the opening, but a really cool tactical trick. And it's ironic that the win was made on the dark squares, and you could argue that okay, these are the squares where black is more in control, but yeah, some slight anomaly. But tactics are the ones that are deciding this last game that we just saw today. And I think with this position in mind, we're wrapping up. Thanks a lot for watching. Thank you, Maria, for putting up with my jokes and
9 more days.
9
What can you do?
days, yeah.
Thank you, Cal. I'm just going to call you Cal from now on.
That's weird.
It
but
is
I
what it is.
accept it.
I have no real option. And thank you guys for being here with us. We're back tomorrow here
At
3 p.m.
3 p.m. you can
local time.
see us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch.
And we're waiting for your comments, for your messages, for your questions. And definitely we're back tomorrow with day 2 here from European Youth Championship.
In Mamaia, Constanța. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. See you. Bye-bye.
you.